You clicked on this video because you're searching for something different, a post-apocalyptic story that, instead of just relying on blood and guts, digs deep into the emotional truths of survival. Then you've found exactly what you've been searching for. Ghosts of Shinjuku delivers the philosophical depth and character complexity you've been craving, set against the haunting backdrop of a ruined Tokyo, where two unlikely survivors must navigate physical dangers, but also the terrifying prospect of trusting another human being. Though before we get into it, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Ghosts of Shinjuku. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. The 100-Year Theft. The screwdriver's weight in my palm is wrong. Too light. I've been holding it for 3 years and it still doesn't feel like part of my hand the way it should. Akane's shoulder brushes mine in the dark. We're pressed against the liquor store's back wall, counting breaths. Hers are steady. Mine aren't. Medical supplies, she whispers. In and out. Right. Medical supplies. That's what we came for. The antiseptic we need is probably in the manager's office, second floor, if this place follows the same layout as every other convenience store in Shinjuku. I've mapped 17 of them in my head over the last year. Most are picked clean now. I ease the door open. The hinges don't creak. Akane oiled them yesterday while I kept watch. She thinks ahead like that. Plans for sounds that haven't happened yet. Inside, the store smells like fermented fruit and old cardboard. My eyes adjust. Shelves toppled everywhere. Glass crunched under boots that aren't ours. Someone's been here, but the dust on the glass shards looks weeks old. Maybe months. Second floor, I say. Akane moves past me, her shinai horizontal across her body. The razor wire wrapped around the bamboo catches what little moonlight leaks through the broken skylight. She calls it the ghost katana. I call it excessive, but I've seen what it does to the risen when they get close. We take the stairs. I keep my breathing shallow, controlled. Not because of noise. Noise doesn't matter anymore, not the way people think it does. It's the fear that kills you, the spike of adrenaline when you panic. That's what calls them, the whispers. Akane named it. I don't know if she's right about the mechanism, some airborne spore that reads emotion like a frequency, but I know she's right about the result. Stay calm, stay invisible, lose control, and they come. The manager's office door is closed. Akane tests the handle. Locked. I wedge the screwdriver into the door frame and lever it. Wood splinters quietly. The lock gives. Inside, the office is pristine, untouched. Boxes of supplies stacked against the wall, sealed with tape that hasn't yellowed yet. Medical kit in the corner, first aid symbols still bright red. And on the desk, I stop. A bottle. Dark glass, label in English and Japanese. The gold foil around the neck hasn't been disturbed. Ismail, Akane says, warning in her voice. I'm already moving toward it. My hands find the bottle before my brain catches up. I turn it over. The label reads, Macallan, 1926, 60-year-old. 100 years old now, if you count from bottling. We came for antiseptic, Akane says. This is antiseptic. I'm lying. We both know it. We have 3 minutes before the route back closes. Then we have 3 minutes. I tuck the bottle under my arm and grab the medical kit. Akane's jaw tightens, but she doesn't argue. She just turns and heads for the stairs. We're halfway down when I feel it. Not a sound, not a movement, just the air changing temperature, the way pressure drops before a subway train arrives. Akane freezes mid-step. 3 of them, ground floor. I can't see them yet, but I know. You always know. It's in the way the silence gets heavier, like the room is holding its breath. Roof access? I whisper. Akane shakes her head. She's already seen what I haven't. The access ladder is rusted through, visible through the broken skylight above us. We're on the landing between floors. Nowhere to go but down or back up. The risen are below us, moving through the aisles. I hear the drag of feet now. Slow. Methodical. They haven't sensed us yet. My heart rate is climbing. I focus on the bottle under my arm, the cool glass against my ribs. Stupid. Idiotic. I risked our lives for fermented grain and oak. Akane's hand finds mine. Her skin is cold. She squeezes once. Not comfort, instruction. Breathe. I do. Count to 4. Hold. Count to 4. Release. The screwdriver is slick in my other hand. The first Ryzen rounds the corner at the base of the stairs. Female. 30s maybe, before the spores took her. Her eyes are open, but they don't focus. Just scan the room in slow sweeps like a security camera. Her mouth hangs slack. She stops at the bottom stair. My pulse hammers. Stay calm. Don't spike. The Risen tilts her head. Testing. The spores in her bloodstream are listening for something, waiting for the chemical signature of terror to bloom in the air. I think about the bottle, the ridiculous, pointless bottle under my arm. I think about the taste of scotch I haven't had in 3 years, peat and smoke and honey. The Risen takes a step up. Akane moves. She's down the stairs before I process the motion. The ghost katana swings horizontal, razor wire catching the Risen across the throat. No resistance. The shinai passes through like the woman is made of paper. The Risen collapses. Silent. 2 more appear in the doorway behind her. Go, Akane says. I'm already moving. Past her, over the body, toward the back exit. I don't look at the Risen's face. Don't need to. I've seen enough faces. The second one lunges at Akane. She sidesteps, pivots, brings the katana down across its shoulder. The razor wire digs deep. The Risen stumbles but doesn't fall. The third one is faster. It comes at me from the side, emerging from between toppled shelves. I see its hands first, gray, fingers bent at wrong angles. Then its eyes, milky and searching. The screwdriver goes up on instinct. I jam it under the Risen's jaw, angled upward. The blade punches through soft tissue and stops against bone. The Risen jerks once and goes still. I yank the screwdriver free. My hand is shaking now. Akane finishes the second one. 3 bodies on the floor. The store is quiet again. Out, she says. We hit the back exit together. The alley outside is empty. I don't stop running until we're 2 blocks away, crouched behind a burnt-out delivery truck. My lungs are screaming. The bottle is still tucked under my arm, somehow unbroken. Akane stares at me. Her face is unreadable in the dark, but I know what she's thinking. I can feel the question hanging between us. Was it worth it? I don't have an answer. I pull the bottle out and hold it up. The moonlight turns the glass amber. 100 years of patience sealed in silence. We should dump it, Akane says. Extra weight. We should. Neither of us moves. She takes the medical kit from my other hand and slings it over her shoulder. Her fingers brush mine for a second, then pull away. Don't do that again, she says. I won't. Another lie. We both know it. We head back toward the hideout, keeping to the shadows. The bottle stays under my arm. Behind us, somewhere in the dark, something drags its feet across asphalt. We don't look back. Chapter 2. No joy, no noise. The hideout smells like mold and old cement. Akane says it's the moisture seeping through the basement walls, but I think it's just the city rotting from the inside out. Everything smells like decay now. You stop noticing after a while. She's cleaning the ghost katana by candlelight. The razor wire catches the flame and throws fractured shadows across the wall. I'm sitting against the opposite side of the room, bottle between my knees, trying not to think about how much noise we made getting out of that store. You were scared, Akane says. Not a question. I was calm. Your hands were shaking. I look at my hands. Steady now. Adrenaline. Adrenaline is fear's delivery system. She doesn't look up from the blade, just keeps wiping blood off the wire with a rag that's more rust than cloth. You spiked. That's why the third one came at you. The third one came at me because it was already in the store. It was dormant. Then you panicked. I want to argue, want to tell her she's wrong, that I had it under control the whole time. But she's not wrong. The moment I saw that Risen's hands coming at me, something in my chest snapped tight. My heart rate went from 60 to 120 in 2 seconds. The spores read that. They always do. We got out, I say. Barely. She sets the katana down and finally looks at me. Her eyes are dark, unreadable. Because you wanted a bottle. We needed supplies. We got supplies. Then you saw the scotch. The bottle is cool against my palms. I run my thumb over the label, feeling the embossed letters. 60 years in a barrel, another 60 in glass. Waiting for no one. It's a stupid risk, Akane says. Trading our lives for something you can't even drink without wasting it. Who says I can't drink it? You won't. You'll keep it sealed. Carry it until it breaks or until we do. She stands, crosses the room, crouches in front of me, close enough that I can see the thin scar above her left eyebrow. Why? I don't answer. She reaches out and taps the bottle with one finger. This isn't about taste. It's about keeping something you can't have, something you'll never use. Maybe I like having options. You don't want options. You want distance. Her voice drops. From me, from this, from anything that might make you feel something other than what? She doesn't finish, just pulls back and returns to her side of the room. The candle flickers. Shadows dance. I'm not pushing you away, I say. You risk our lives for a bottle you won't open. You sleep 4 feet away from me every night and never say more than 10 words. You treat every plan like it's temporary. She picks up the katana again, tests the edge with her thumb. That's not distance? That's survival. No. Survival is what we did tonight. What you did was selfish. The word lands like a slap. I want to deflect it, push it away, turn it into something else. But she's right. I know she's right. I think about my sister. About the way she froze in the pharmacy doorway 3 years ago when the risen came through the front. About how I grabbed her arm and pulled, but she wouldn't move. How her fear bloomed in the air like blood in water. How fast they came. You're thinking about her, Akane says. I don't confirm it. Don't deny it. It wasn't your fault, she says. I know. You don't act like you know. I set the bottle down between us. The glass makes a soft sound against concrete. What do you want from me, Akane? She's quiet for a long time. When she finally speaks, her voice is different. Softer. I want you to stop treating every day like it's your last. I want you to plan for more than the next supply run. She stops, regroups. I want to know we're doing this for something other than just not dying. What else is there? The question hangs between us. Akane stands, sheathes the katana. I found something yesterday. A map. Old subway maintenance chart. She pulls a folded paper from her pack and spreads it on the floor. There's a facility. Deep underground, below the old National Archives building. I lean forward. The map is hand-drawn, labels in faded pencil. Tunnel routes marked in red. What kind of facility? Communications. Pre-outbreak. Supposedly still sealed. Airtight. Supposedly. The map was in a government depot, locked in a safe. She traces a route with her finger. If it's real, if it's still intact. It's a fantasy. She looks up sharply. It's a chance. A chance at what? A radio that might work? A signal that might reach someone who might still be alive? I shake my head. It's a fairy tale. And this, she gestures at the bottle. What's this? This is tangible. This is a distraction. She retraces the route on the map. The vault is real. I've cross-referenced it with 3 other sources. Military logs, city planning documents. It's there. Even if it is, getting there means crossing half of Shinjuku, underground, through tunnels where the risen are dense enough to what? To force us to stay calm? To work together? She folds the map. We did that tonight. We can do it again. Tonight was luck. Tonight was us. She stands. I'm going, with or without you. The candle gutters. I watch the flame dance. Think about all the ways this could go wrong. The tunnels, the dark, the whispers getting stronger the deeper we go. When? I ask. Tomorrow. That's not enough time to prep. We'll prep on the way. I look at the bottle, at Akane, at the map folded in her hand. Why? I ask. Why the vault? Why risk everything for a maybe? She considers the question. When she answers, her voice is steady, because I need to believe we're moving towards something, not just away from everything else. I don't respond. She crosses the room, settles back into her corner. Get some sleep. Long walk tomorrow. I blow out the candle. Darkness fills the space between us. Outside, something scrapes against the building's foundation. Slow. Rhythmic. The same sound we've been hearing for 3 days. Akane's breathing evens out. She's either asleep or pretending to be. I stare at the ceiling and think about vaults buried under cities, about sealed doors and perfect silence, about the difference between isolation and safety, about whether there's a difference at all. The scraping continues. Steady. Patient. Chapter 3, An Unspoiled Promise. Dawn doesn't reach the basement, but I know it's morning because Akane is already packing. She moves through our supplies with mechanical efficiency. Rations, water purification tablets, first aid. The bottle of scotch sits where I left it, untouched. Leave it, she says without looking at me. No, it's dead weight. It's 2 pounds. It's a liability. She zips her pack closed. You'll protect it instead of yourself. I can do both. She finally turns. Her expression is flat, unreadable. Prove it. We leave through the storm drain. The tunnel runs north for half a mile before it connects to the subway system. Akane leads, her hand resting on the katana's grip. I follow 3 steps behind, screwdriver in my palm. The map she showed me last night is folded in her jacket pocket. She hasn't taken it out since we started moving, but I know she's got the route memorized. Akane's good at that, holding information in her head like it's written on her bones. What was the source, I ask. For the map? For the vault. She's quiet for 20 paces. Then, a man, military, pre-outbreak. You trust him? I trusted his fear. I let that sit. Fear is a strange currency now. The people who lie are usually the calm ones, the ones who've convinced themselves they're safe. The scared ones tell the truth because they don't have the energy for fiction. We surface near Kabukicho. The streets here are different than they were 3 years ago. Not just empty, but compressed, like the buildings are slowly leaning inward. Shop signs dangle from single bolts. Vending machines lie on their sides, glass shattered, contents long gone. Akane stops at an intersection and checks the cross streets. Purist patrol routes run through here, she says, twice a day, morning and evening. What time is it now? She looks at the sun's position. 10, maybe 10:30. 4 hours until the evening route. If they're on schedule. They're always on schedule. The Purists. I've only seen them twice, both times from a distance. They move in groups of 3, dressed in salvaged tactical gear, faces covered. They don't hunt risen, they herd them. Use sound traps and bait to clear areas for salvage. Akane says they're organized, says they have a leader, someone who used to work in cultural preservation before the outbreak, someone who believes the apocalypse is a correction, not a catastrophe. I think they're just scavengers with a philosophy. We cross fast, Akane says. Stay low. We move into the intersection. The asphalt is cracked, weeds pushing through gaps. A car sits in the middle of the road, all 4 doors open, dried blood on the driver's seat. We pass it without slowing. Halfway across, Akane's hand goes up. Stop. I freeze. She's staring at something ahead. I follow her line of sight. A van, dark gray, parked in the alley between 2 buildings. The windows are tinted. The front tire is flat. That wasn't there last week, she whispers. Could be abandoned. Could be. She doesn't move. I study the van. No dust on the hood. No debris piled against the wheels. It's been parked recently. Within the last day, maybe less. Back up, I say. We retreat to the storefront we came from. Akane crouches behind a toppled newspaper dispenser, eyes locked on the van. Purist vehicle, I ask. Maybe. They use vans for supply runs. We go around. A round adds 2 miles. Through risen territory. I consider the options. 2 miles through infected zones versus 50 yards past a maybe hostile van. What are the odds they're inside? I ask. If it's purists, high. They don't leave vehicles unguarded. What are the odds they're watching us right now? Akane doesn't answer. The van's side door is open just enough to see darkness inside. No movement. No sound. We cross fast, I say. Same plan. If they come out, we don't engage. And if they do engage, I look at the screwdriver in my hand, at the katana on her hip. Then we find out if their philosophy works better than ours. Ours. Akane nods. We move. The 50 yards feel like 50 miles. Every step, I'm waiting for the van door to slam open, for voices, for the sharp crack of a weapon I haven't heard in years. Nothing comes. We make it past the alley, past the van, into the next block. I don't breathe until we're around the corner. That was stupid, Akane says. That was necessary. Those aren't mutually exclusive. We keep moving. The streets narrow as we head toward the old district. Buildings press closer here, blocking the sun. Shadows pool in doorways. I can feel the temperature drop 5 degrees. Golden Guy, Akane says. We're close. Golden Guy. The name pulls something loose in my chest. I came here once, before the outbreak, with my sister. She wanted to see the old bar district, the tiny establishments packed shoulder to shoulder. We got drunk on cheap whiskey, and she laughed at my terrible Japanese. I haven't thought about that night in 2 years. You know this area? Akane asks. Used to? Good memories or bad? Does it matter? She glances back at me. It matters to me. The entrance to the subway is ahead, a dark mouth set into the street, stairs descending into nothing. The old station sign still hangs above it, half the letters missing. Shinjuku Sanchome. Akane stops at the top of the stairs. She pulls out a flashlight, tests it, weak yellow beam. Last chance to turn back, she says. You first. She smiles. Barely. Then descends. I follow her into the dark. The stairs go down farther than I remember, 40 steps. 50. The air gets colder with each level. I can hear water dripping somewhere below, a steady rhythm that sounds almost like footsteps. Akane's flashlight catches graffiti on the walls, messages from the early days. Shelter at City Hall. Military evac route 7. God has left. We reach the platform. The train tracks disappear into the tunnel mouth, rails reflecting the flashlight in twin lines that curve away into darkness. The vault is 3 stations south, Akane says. Underground access only. How deep? Deep. I step to the edge of the platform, look down at the tracks. The third rail is dead, no power in the city for 3 years now. But the rails themselves are clean, no dust, no debris. Something has been moving through here recently. Akane, I say, she's already seen it. Her hand is on the katana. We stand there listening, the dripping water, our breathing, nothing else. Then from deep in the tunnel, a sound. Not a voice, not footsteps, just a shift in air pressure like something large exhaling. The whispers. Akane kills the flashlight. Total darkness. We don't panic, she whispers. We don't spike, we just walk. Walk where? Forward. She takes my hand. Her grip is steady. Count your breaths, 4 in, 4 out. I do. Focus on the rhythm, on the cool air filling my lungs. We step down onto the tracks and start walking south. Behind us, something drags its feet across concrete. We don't look back. Chapter 4, The Weight of Silence. The tunnel swallows sound. My footsteps, Akane's breathing, the scrape of our boots on gravel. All of it gets absorbed by the dark, like the walls are lined with something soft. We've been walking for 20 minutes, maybe 30. Time moves differently down here. Akane's hand is still in mine. She hasn't let go since we descended to the tracks. Her pulse beats against my wrist, steady as a metronome. Light, she whispers. I see it too. Ahead, maybe 50 yards, a faint glow spilling from what looks like a maintenance access corridor. We stop, listen. Nothing moves near the light, but the pressure in the air has changed, heavier, like we're underwater. Emergency lighting, I ask. Shouldn't be. Grid's been dead for years. Backup generator? Maybe. She doesn't sound convinced. We approach the light slowly. It's coming from a doorway cut into the tunnel wall, concrete frame reinforced with steel. The door itself hangs open, hinges intact. Inside, the corridor is lit by chemical glow sticks. 6 of them, spaced evenly along the ceiling. Fresh, still bright yellow-green. Someone's been here, I say. Recently. Akane steps through the doorway. I follow. The corridor runs perpendicular to the main tunnel, walls lined with old electrical panels and maintenance lockers. Most of the lockers hang open, empty, but one at the far end is closed, padlock intact. Akane examines the lock. New. How new? Days, maybe a week. She tugs it. The lock holds. Purist? Or someone else? I look back at the glow sticks. Why mark the path if you're trying to stay hidden? Maybe they're not hiding. She moves past the locked locker to where the corridor ends at another door. This one is closed but not locked. She pushes it open. The smell hits first. Sweet, rotten, like fruit left in the sun for too long. Inside, the room is small, 10 feet by 10, 3 sleeping bags against one wall, empty water bottles, food wrappers, and on the far wall, written in what looks like charcoal, "The archive cleanses. The weak attract. The strong endure." Akane reads it twice. Purist philosophy. I crouch next to the sleeping bags. Recent use, the fabric is still compressed where bodies pressed against it. They're using the tunnels as a route. Not just a route, a base. She points to the food wrappers. All military ration packages. They're organized, supplied. I stand. The sweet smell is stronger near the corner. I move toward it and find the source, a bucket, half full of something dark and viscous. Flies circle it. "Don't look," Akane says. Too late. I've already seen. Meat. Human meat, marinating in something. Bait. Emotion bait, I say. What? That's how they move the risen. They torture someone until they emit enough fear, then use the body to draw the infected away from salvage sites. I back away from the bucket. I read about it. Old survival forums, pre-outbreak. Some people theorized it could work. Theorized. Akane's voice, they're testing it. They're proving it. She doesn't respond, just stares at the writing on the wall. We need to leave. I say, if they're using this as a way station, they could come back. I know. She turns to me, but we're already committed. The vault is 2 stations away. We turn back now. We've wasted a day. We've stayed alive. We've stayed in place. She moves past me, out of the room. That's not the same thing. I follow her into the corridor. The glow sticks seem dimmer now, or maybe it's just my eyes adjusting. We exit back into the main tunnel and continue south. The tracks here are worse. Debris scattered across the rails. Old newspapers swollen with moisture. A shoe. A briefcase. A child's backpack, unzipped and empty. You're doing it again, Akane says. Doing what? Thinking about her. I don't answer. Your sister, she continues. You're thinking about what it felt like when she froze, when the fear took over and you couldn't pull her free. Stay out of my head. I'm not in your head. I'm reading your breathing. She stops walking. Turns to face me. You're spiking. Right now. I can feel it. She's right. My heart rate has climbed. The image of my sister, paralyzed in that doorway, is too vivid, too recent, like it happened yesterday instead of 3 years ago. Control it, Akane says, or we don't keep moving. I close my eyes. Count to 4. Hold. Count to 4. Release. The pressure in my chest eases, slightly. Better, Akane says, but not good enough. What do you want me to do? Forget? I want you to separate the memory from the moment. She's not here. The pharmacy is not here. The only thing here is you and me and a tunnel that goes 2 directions. She steps closer. And if you can't control your fear, if you spike when we're deep enough, the whispers will come. The whispers are coming. They've been following us since we entered the tunnel. The only reason they haven't converged is because we've stayed below threshold. She touches my chest right above my heart. But you keep feeding them. Every time you remember, every time you let the guilt pull you under. I look down at her hand, at the dirt under her fingernails, at the thin scar on her wrist that I've never asked about. How do you do it? I ask. Do what? Stay calm all the time. She pulls her hand back. I don't stay calm, I stay controlled. There's a difference. What's the difference? Calm is the absence of fear. Controlled is the management of it. She turns and starts walking again. I'm terrified right now, every step, but I don't let it bloom. I keep it small, tight, where the spores can't read it. I follow her. The tunnel curves ahead, disappearing into shadow. When did you learn that? I ask. Same time you learned to run. We walk in silence for another 10 minutes. The air gets colder, damper. I can hear water flowing somewhere below the tracks now, a constant low rush. Station ahead, Akane says. The platform emerges from the dark, another abandoned stop, identical to the one we entered from. Tile walls, empty benches, a map of the subway system behind cracked plexiglass, and standing in the center of the platform, motionless, 3 Risen. Akane's hand goes to the katana. I raise the screwdriver, but the Risen don't move, don't turn toward us. They just stand there, frozen mid-step like statues. Why aren't they? I start. Dormant, Akane whispers. They're dormant. That's not possible. We're right here. I know. She takes a step forward. The Risen don't react. They should sense us. I watch the nearest one. Male, 40s. His eyes are open but unfocused, scanning nothing. His hands hang at his sides, fingers slightly curled. Test it, Akane says. Test what? The theory. Move closer. See if they wake. That's insane. That's information. She's already moving toward them, katana ready. Stay here if you want. I don't want, but I follow anyway. We approach the Risen slowly. 10 feet. 5. 3. Nothing. I'm close enough now to see the spores in the male Risen's eyes, tiny gray threads woven through the white, close enough to smell the decay. They're waiting, Akane says. For something. For what? For us to spike. She reaches out, slowly, and waves her hand in front of the male Risen's face. No reaction. The whispers, I say. They're not reading us. Or they're reading something else, something stronger. She backs away from the Risen. We need to move, before whatever's keeping them dormant stops. We cross the platform, giving the Risen a wide berth. They don't track our movement, don't shift, just stand there, waiting for a signal that never comes. We descend back to the tracks on the far side. The tunnel mouth ahead is darker than the others, and as we step into it, I realize why. The glow is gone. No ambient light from the city above, no maintenance access points, just pure, absolute black. Akane turns on the flashlight. The beam cuts ahead maybe 15 feet before the dark swallows it. One more station, she says. Then we reach the vault access point. We start walking. Behind us, on the platform, something shifts. One of the Risen tilts its head. We don't see it. But somewhere deep in the tunnel, the air pressure changes. The whispers are listening. Chapter 5, The Butcher's Protocol. The tunnel narrows, or maybe it just feels that way because the flashlight beam can't reach the walls anymore. Just shows us 10 feet of track at a time. Gravel and metal and nothing else. Akane walks 3 steps ahead. Her silhouette is sharp against the flashlight glow, the katana's outline visible across her back. How much farther, I ask. Half a mile, maybe less. Her voice sounds strange down here, compressed. And the access point? Service corridor, should be marked with yellow paint. Should be. I don't love that qualifier. The tracks beneath us are cleaner here. No debris, no scattered belongings, just rails and gravel worn smooth by years of nothing. Something's wrong, I say. I know. It's too clean. I know. She stops walking, sweeps the flashlight left, then right. Someone maintains this route. Purists. Has to be. She crouches, touches the rail. No rust, no water damage. This track is still in use. For what? The trains don't run. Not for trains. She stands, moves the flashlight beam ahead. It catches something 50 yards down, a shape, rectangular, tall. What is that? I ask. Van. We approach slowly. It's the same model we saw on the surf. Dark gray, windows tinted, but this one is pristine, clean, like it was driven down here yesterday. No, not driven. Lowered. There's a cargo lift built into the tunnel ceiling. Steel cables still swaying slightly. They're moving equipment, Akane says. Down here, away from the Risen. I circle the van. All 4 doors are locked. The back windows are too dark to see through. Akane tries the driver's door handle. Locked. Should we? The sound of metal scraping metal cuts through the tunnel. Behind us, back the way we came, we both turn. Flashlight beams sweeping. Nothing there. Platform, I whisper. The Risen. They're still dormant. They were dormant. Another scrape. Closer. Akane kills the flashlight. Total black. We stand there, barely breathing, listening. Footsteps. Not the shuffling drag of risen. Boots, multiple pairs, moving with purpose. Purists, I whisper. Akane's hand finds mine. She pulls me toward the van, guides me underneath it. We press ourselves flat against the gravel, the van's undercarriage inches above our heads. The footsteps get louder. 3 people, maybe 4. Light sweeps across the tunnel. Bright, professional. Not a flashlight, a mounted searchlight. Sector 7 clear, a voice says. Male, calm. Proceeding to depot. Copy, another voice responds. Female. Archive wants the medical supplies prioritized. Archive wants everything prioritized. Then we work faster. The boots pass within 5 feet of the van. I can see them through the gap between gravel and chassis. Tactical boots, clean and maintained. Not scavenged, manufactured. They move past us toward the south end of the tunnel. The light fades. Akane waits until the footsteps are gone before pulling me out from under the van. Medical supplies, she whispers. They're hitting the same sites we are. That's not what concerns me. What does? Archive wants everything prioritized. I look at her. That's not scavenger talk. That's organization. Command structure. The archivist. She says the name like it tastes wrong. The leader. The one who used to work in cultural preservation. You think he's real? I think someone is running this operation and they're good at it. She checks the tunnel behind us. We need to move. If they're headed south, same direction as us. Same direction as the vault. We leave the van behind and continue down the tunnel. Faster now. The gravel crunches under our boots and I wince at every sound. But Akane doesn't slow down. The yellow paint appears 10 minutes later, a thick stripe running along the left wall at chest height. Akane follows it to a maintenance door set into the concrete. The door is steel. Heavy. And it's been modified. New hinges, new lock. The kind you can't pick with a screwdriver. They secured it, I say. They secured everything down here. Akane examines the lock. This is theirs. The vault access runs through their supply line. Then we go around. There is no around. This is the only access point within 3 miles. I stare at the door. At the lock. So what? We knock? We wait. She moves away from the door, finds a shallow alcove carved into the tunnel wall, probably meant for maintenance workers to shelter when trains passed. They'll come back through here eventually. We ambush them, take the key. And if there's more than 2? Then we don't ambush them. She settles into the alcove, back against the wall. We adapt. I join her. The space is tight, our shoulders pressed together. How long do we wait? I ask. As long as it takes. And if they don't come back? She doesn't answer. We sit there in the dark. I can hear Akane's breathing, slow and controlled, can feel the katana between us, the wire catching on my jacket. Tell me about the archivist, I say. What about him? You said he was a cultural preservationist. Before. That's all I know. You must know more than that. You've been tracking them for months. She's quiet for a long time. Then, they don't just scavenge. They curate. They go into buildings and take specific things. Art, books, historical documents. They leave everything else. Why? Because they think humanity failed. That we got too emotional, too irrational. The outbreak was nature's edit. She shifts position. The archivist believes his job is to preserve the best parts of what we were and eliminate the worst. And the worst is people like us. People who feel things. People who make irrational choices. She looks at me. I can't see her face, but I can feel her eyes. People who risk their lives for a bottle of scotch. I don't respond. That's why they use emotion bait, she continues. They're not just controlling the risen. They're proving their philosophy. That emotion is the enemy. That the only way to survive is through cold, perfect logic. And you think they're wrong. I think they're a mirror. She touches my arm. Of what you could become if you keep pushing people away. The words sit between us like a third presence. Before I can respond, light floods the tunnel. We press back into the alcove. The searchlight sweeps past, then returns, lingering on the maintenance door. Footsteps approach. 2 pairs this time. Doors still secure, a male voice says. Check it anyway. The female voice from before responds. Archives orders. The male voice sighs. Keys jingle. Akane's hand moves to the katana. I grip the screwdriver. The lock clicks. The door swings open. One of them steps through. The other stays outside, holding the searchlight. Interior's clear. The one inside calls out, Copy. Resecure and move to checkpoint 3. The door swings shut. Lock clicks again. They move past our alcove, missing us by inches. The light fades down the tunnel. Akane waits 5 full minutes before standing. That was close, I say. That was intentional. She moves to the maintenance door, examines the lock again. They're checking it on a schedule, regular patrols. So we wait for the next one. No. She pulls something from her pocket. Small, metal. We don't wait. It's a lockpick set, old, pre-outbreak. The kind you don't find anymore. Where did you? Later. She kneels in front of the lock, inserts 2 picks. Watch the tunnel. I turn, screwdriver ready, and stare into the dark while Akane works. The lock clicks after 2 minutes. She pulls the door open slowly, quietly. Inside, the corridor is lit by the same chemical glow sticks. But these are different. Red instead of yellow. Warning markers. Tripwire, Akane says. I see it now. Thin filaments stretched across the corridor at ankle height, connected to something mounted on the wall. A noisemaker, probably. Or worse. Can you disarm it? I ask. Can you hold the door? I wedge the screwdriver into the door frame, keeping the heavy door from swinging shut. Akane steps over the tripwire carefully, examines the device. Sonic alarm, she says. Battery powered. If this triggers, every resin in a mile radius comes running. Not running, converging. She traces the wire back to its anchor point. This is sophisticated, military grade. Can you disarm it? Give me 5 minutes. I watch the tunnel while she works. My heart rate is climbing again. I force it down, count breaths. 4 in, 4 out. Somewhere in the distance I hear the scraping sound. Rhythmic, patient. Akane, I say, almost done. We don't have time. We have exactly as much time as I give us. She cuts something. The wire goes slack. There, done. She steps back over it. I pull the screwdriver from the door frame and we slip through, letting the door close behind us. The corridor ahead is long. Red glow sticks every 10 feet, and at the far end another door. This one marked with a symbol, a stylized microphone, broken in half. That's new, I say. Akane stares at the symbol. That's a message. From the archivist to us. She moves toward the door. He knows we're coming. We reach the door. No lock this time, just a handle. Akane pulls it open. Inside, painted in white across the concrete wall in letters 3 feet tall, we know what you seek. The words hang there, accusatory, certain. Below them, a fresh message in the same charcoal we saw in the way station. The vault is not yours. Akane steps into the room. I follow. It's empty, except for one thing. A portable radio, sitting on the floor in the center of the space. Old. Military. The kind that runs on hand crank. Don't touch it, I say. Too late. Akane's already picked it up. Static bursts from the speaker. Then a voice. Recorded. Male. Calm. If you're hearing this, you've passed 3 checkpoints. Impressive, but understand, the vault is not a refuge. It's a test. And you've already failed it by coming here. The recording continues. Emotion makes you weak. Attachment makes you vulnerable. The only currency in this world is control, and you have none. A pause. Then, turn back or prove me wrong. The radio clicks off. Akane sets it down carefully. The archivist. He's watching us. He's studying us. She looks around the room. This whole route, every checkpoint, every trap, it's an experiment. To prove what? That we're not worth saving. She heads for the door. Come on, the vault is close. And if he's right, if this is a trap, she stops, turns. Then we spring it. We leave the room and continue deeper into the tunnels. Behind us, the portable radio crackles back to life. Static, then breathing. Someone is listening. Chapter 6. The taste of old trauma. The corridor slopes downward. steep enough that I have to adjust my weight with each step to keep from sliding on the damp concrete. Akane moves ahead of me, one hand trailing along the wall for balance. The red glow sticks end after 50 yards. We're in natural dark now, just the flashlight cutting ahead. The air smells different here. Metallic, like old blood or rust. Hospital, Akane says. What? That smell. It's a hospital. She's right. I've smelled it before. The antiseptic trying to cover decay, the chemical sweetness of medical waste. We round a corner and the corridor opens into what used to be a triage station. Gurneys line the walls, sheets still draped over shapes that might be bodies. Medical equipment scattered across the floor, syringes, IV bags, surgical tools. This wasn't on the map, Akane says. This wasn't supposed to be here. I move to the nearest gurney. The sheet is stiff, stained brown. I don't lift it. Akane checks the other side of the room. Supply cabinets, locked. Leave them. We need medical supplies. Not these. Not from here. I back away from the gurney. This place has been used recently. The equipment isn't corroded. She stops, looks at me. Purists, or someone else. There is no someone else. She crosses to one of the cabinets, examines the lock. This is Purist territory. Everything down here is theirs. Then why leave it locked? Why not clear it out? She doesn't answer, just pulls out the lockpick set again. Akane, we need antibiotics, painkillers, sutures. She's already working the lock. The arm wound from 2 days ago is getting worse. I can feel it. You didn't say anything. I didn't need to. You already knew. She's right. I've seen her favoring the left side. Seen the way she winces when she raises the katana. The lock clicks. She pulls the cabinet open. Inside, medical supplies. Organized. Clean. Sealed packages of antibiotics. Morphine ampules. Surgical thread. More than we could carry. This is a cache, I say. They're storing this here. Then we're liberating it. Akane starts filling her pack. Take what you can. I move to help her, but something on the bottom shelf catches my eye. A logbook. Leather-bound. New. I pull it out. Open it. The pages are filled with neat handwriting, dates, names, procedures. Subject 17, amputation, left leg. Emotional response, extreme. Result, attracted 12 risen, subject expired. Subject 18, cauterization, no anesthetic, emotional response, moderate. Result, attracted 4 risen, subject survived. Subject 19, vivisection, conscious, emotional response, severe. Result, attracted 23 risen. Subject, I close the book. What is it? Akane asks. Experiments. My voice sounds distant. They're testing the whispers. Using people. Akane takes the logbook from me. Reads. Her face doesn't change, but her grip on the book tightens until her knuckles turn white. Emotion bait, she says. This is how they refine it. This is torture. This is methodology. She closes the book, sets it down carefully, like it might explode. The archivist isn't just scavenging, he's building a science of suffering, a science of control. She looks at me. This is what you believe, isn't it? That emotion is the enemy. That feeling things makes us weak. That's not. Yes, it is. Every time you push me away, every time you make a decision based on pure logic, you're doing what they're doing, just slower. I'm not torturing anyone. You're torturing yourself. She turns back to the cabinet, continues packing supplies, and me, by extension. I want to argue, want to tell her she's wrong, but the words won't come because she's not wrong. The logbook sits on the shelf between us. Proof. We should go, I say. Not yet. She moves to the next cabinet. This one isn't locked. Inside, more supplies, and something else. A photograph pinned to the inside of the door. Akane stares at it. Her hand goes to her mouth. I move closer. Look at the photo. A familance, 2 children, standing in front of a shrine, smiling. Akane's voice breaks. That's my family. I look at her, at the photo, back at her. How is this here, I ask? I don't know. She unpins the photo. Her hands are shaking. This was taken 15 years ago at our local shrine. Before... She doesn't finish. Before what? I ask. Before my father started training me. She folds the photo carefully, puts it in her pocket. Before he decided emotion was weakness. The pieces click together. Your father was a purist. My father was a teacher. Kendo. He believed in discipline, control. She closes the cabinet. He believed the same things the archivist believes, that the world failed because people were too soft. And you? I believed him. Until the outbreak. Until I saw what his philosophy actually meant when you put it into practice. She looks at me. He left. During the first week, took my mother and brother with him, said I wasn't disciplined enough, wasn't controlled enough. Akane, I froze. When the risen came, I froze just like your sister did, but my father didn't pull me back. He left me there. She touches the pocket with the photo. That's when I learned. Control isn't the absence of fear. It's what you do with the fear when it comes. I don't know what to say. She moves past me toward the exit. We need to keep moving. I follow her out of the triage station. The corridor continues downward. Behind us, I hear something. Not footsteps, not scraping. Just a shift in air pressure. Akane, I say. I hear it. We stop. Turn. 3 risen stand at the entrance to the triage station, motionless, watching. No, not watching, sensing. They're reading us, I whisper. Not us, me. Akane's voice is tight. The photo, it triggered something. What? A spike. Just for a second, but they felt it. The Risen tilt their heads in unison, testing, searching for the emotional frequency. Control it, I say. I'm trying. But I can feel it radiating off her. The memory, the loss, the anger at her father, it's bleeding into the air like heat. The Risen take a step forward. Akane, I know. She draws the katana. Run or fight. Run. We can't handle 3. I can't run, not from this. This isn't about your father. Everything is about my father. She moves toward the Risen. Go, get to the vault. Not happening. She doesn't argue, just advances on the Risen with the katana raised. The first one comes at her. She sidesteps, brings the blade across its neck. The razor wire cuts clean. The Risen drops. The second one is faster. It grabs her injured arm. She screams, not pain, fury, and drives the katana through its sternum. The third one comes at me. I raise the screwdriver. It's not enough. The Risen is too fast, too close. Its hands find my throat. I jam the screwdriver up through its jaw. The blade punches through soft palate and stops against skull. The Risen jerks once, but it doesn't let go. Its fingers tighten. I can't breathe. Can't pull free. Akane appears beside me. The katana comes down across the Risen's arms. Both hands fall away, still attached to each other at the wrists. The Risen collapses. I pull the severed hands from my throat. Drop them. Gasp for air. You okay? Akane asks. No. My voice is raw. You? She looks at her left arm. The bandage is red, soaked through. I'm fine. You're bleeding. I'm functional. She cleans the katana on her jacket. We need to move before more come. We continue down the corridor. My throat throbs. Every breath tastes like copper. Thank you, I say. Don't. You saved my life. You would have done the same. I don't know if I would have. She stops walking, turns to me. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm not sure I'm capable of what you just did. Risking yourself for me. You think I'm better than you. I think you're braver than me. Brave is just another word for terrified and moving forward anyway. She touches my shoulder. You came into the tunnels. You faced the Risen. You're still here. That's not cowardice. It's not courage either. Then what is it? I don't have an answer. We reach a junction. 3 corridors branch off in different directions. No markings. No signs. Which way? I ask. Akane pulls out the map. Studies it. This junction isn't on here. So we're lost. We're improvising. She points to the left corridor. That one slopes down. The vault should be below us. Should be. Should be is all we've got. We take the left corridor. It's narrower than the others. The walls press close. I can touch both sides at once. This feels wrong, I say. Everything down here feels wrong. The corridor ends at a door. Steel. Unmarked. No window. Akane tries the handle. Locked. I'm out of picks, she says. Can we force it? She examines the frame. Maybe, if we had a crowbar, or I pull out the bottle of scotch. Or this. You're not using that. It's glass. Glass breaks. That's 100-year-old. It's a tool. I raise it. and we need to get through this door. She stares at me. This matters to you. The bottle. It did. Past tense? Past tense. I look at the door. At her. You matter more. I swing the bottle against the door handle. Glass shatters. Scotch sprays across the concrete. The smell fills the corridor. Peat and smoke and honey. The handle breaks. The door swings open. Inside, a room. Small. Empty. Except for one thing. A mirror. We step inside. Our reflections stare back at us. Covered in grime. Blood. Exhaustion. This isn't the vault, Akane says. No. I look at my reflection, at the broken bottle in my hand. It's something else. Behind us, the door slams shut. The lock clicks. We're trapped. Chapter 7. A clean lie. The lock mechanism is simple. Just a deadbolt thrown from the outside, but there's no handle on this side. No way to grip it. I press my ear against the door. Listen for footsteps, voices, anything. Silence. Pressure lock, Akane says. She's examining the door frame. It's designed to seal from outside. A trap. A cell. She moves to the mirror, touches its surface. This is one-way glass. Someone's watching. I turn to the mirror. Stare at my reflection. Who? Who do you think? The archivist. I scan the room. No other exits. No vents. No windows. Just 4 concrete walls, the door, and the mirror. There has to be a release, I say. There isn't. Akane's voice is flat, certain. This is a containment room. You put something inside and you wait. Wait for what? For it to break or die. I look at the floor. Clean concrete, no drainage, no waste disposal. How long do we have? I ask. Depends on how much air is in here. She sits against the wall. 4 hours, maybe 6. And then? And then we suffocate or the risen come, whichever the archivist prefers. I join her on the floor. The broken bottle is still in my hand. Scotch drips between my fingers. I'm sorry, I say. For what? The bottle. Breaking it. You broke it to get us through the door. I broke it because you were right. It was dead weight, a liability. I set the remains down. I was holding on to something I could never use. That's not what I said. It's what you meant. She's quiet for a moment. Then, my father gave me a bakken when I was 7. Wooden practice sword. He said it would teach me discipline, control. She touches the katana beside her. I kept it for 10 years, even after he left. Even after I knew he wasn't coming back. What happened to it? I broke it. During the first month of the outbreak, used it to barricade a door. She looks at me. Sometimes holding on is the mistake. Sometimes letting go is the only way forward. I think about that. About my sister. About the moment I let go of her arm because the risen were too close and pulling her would have meant both of us dying. I didn't want to let go, I say. I know. She was right there. I could have. You couldn't have. And you know that. Akane shifts closer. The guilt is a lie you tell yourself, to avoid the truth. What truth? That you did the right thing, that letting go saved your life, that surviving doesn't make you a coward. The words sit between us. From somewhere beyond the mirror, a speaker crackles to life. Fascinating. The voice is male, measured, familiar from the recording. The archivist. You've made it farther than most, but you're still failing the test. Akane stands, faces the mirror. What test? The only test that matters. Can you survive without emotion? Can you let go of attachment? Can you be logical? Logic would have kept us out of your trap, I say. Logic would have kept you out of the tunnels entirely. A pause. But you came anyway, because of hope, because of connection, because you need something beyond survival. And you don't? Akane asks. I need preservation, purpose, order. Another pause. Tell me, why did you break the bottle? I look at the shattered glass on the floor. To get through the door. No, you broke it because you needed to prove something to her, to yourself, that you could let go, that you could prioritize her over the object. That's exactly what it was, and it's why you'll fail, because you're still making decisions based on emotion instead of reason. Akane moves to the mirror, presses her hand against it. You think you're different? You think you've eliminated emotion? Silence. You're in a bunker somewhere, she continues, watching us, studying us, testing your philosophy. That's not logic. That's obsession. Obsession is a form of focus. Obsession is a form of fear. She leans closer to the glass. You're afraid. That's why you need to prove we're weak, because if we're not, if emotion isn't the enemy, then the world didn't need to burn. The words hang in the air. But it did burn, the archivist continues, and the only survivors are the ones who learned control, who learned to separate themselves from the weakness of feeling. My father said the same thing, Akane says, right before he abandoned me. More silence. Your father was correct. You survived because he taught you discipline. I survived because I learned what he couldn't. That discipline without compassion is just cruelty. Cruelty is a judgment. Methodology is neutral. Methodology. I stand. Is that what you call the experiments? The emotion bait? The torture? I call it data collection. You call it justification, Akane says, for doing what you wanted to do anyway. Hurt people, control people, eliminate anyone who doesn't fit your philosophy. No response. You're still there, I say, still listening, because you need us to validate you, to prove you right. I need nothing from you, then let us go. Prove you don't care. Prove emotion is irrelevant. Silence stretches. 10 seconds. 20. Then, the door will open in 60 seconds. The corridor beyond leads to the vault, or to more risen, your choice. The speaker cuts out. Akane looks at me. He's lying. I know. The door opens, we're walking into another trap. I know. I pick up the screwdriver, test its weight, but we're out of options. The lock clicks, the door swings open. Beyond it, darkness. No glow sticks, no light. Stay close, Akane says. She draws the katana. We step through the doorway together. The corridor is narrow. I can feel the walls on both sides. The air is stale, old. Behind us, the door slams shut. No going back. We move forward, slow. The darkness is absolute. I keep one hand on Akane's shoulder, following her movements. There's something ahead, she whispers. I stop. Listen. Breathing. Multiple sources. Coming from all directions. Risen, I say. 3, maybe 4. Can we go around? There is no around. The breathing gets louder, closer. They haven't converged yet, Akane says. They're waiting. For what? For us to spike. I focus on my breathing. 4 in, 4 out. Control the fear. Keep it small. But my heart rate is climbing. The darkness presses in. The walls are too close. The risen are too near. Ismail. Akane's voice cuts through the panic. Remember the scotch. What? The scotch. The flavor. The smell. Remember it. I close my eyes, think about the bottle, the weight in my hand, the label, the taste I never had but imagined 1,000 times. Peat, smoke, honey. My heart rate slows, slightly. Better, Akane says, keep going. I can't. You can. Walk me through it. The tasting notes. What would you have tasted? Oak, I say. My voice sounds distant. From the barrel. Vanilla, caramel. What else? Dried fruit, raisins maybe, figs. What else? Spice, cinnamon, nutmeg. The breathing around us hasn't stopped, but it hasn't gotten closer either. Keep going, Akane says. The finish would be long, warm, like embers. How long? Minutes. The aftertaste would linger for minutes. The breathing starts to recede. The risen are backing away. It's working, Akane whispers. They can't read us. Why not? Because we're not afraid. We're remembering. That's a different frequency. We continue forward. The risen don't follow. After 50 yards, light appears ahead, not glow sticks, natural light filtered through ventilation grates. We emerge into a larger space, a maintenance junction. 4 corridors branch off, and in the center, a body. Akane moves toward it. I follow. It's a man, 40s, dressed in tactical gear, Purist insignia on his shoulder. But he's not risen. He's just dead. Fresh. No more than a day old. Infection? I ask. Akane examines the body. No bites, no scratches. She turns the head. Broken neck. The archivist? Or someone else? She stands. This wasn't the risen. This was human. I look at the 4 corridors. All of them dark. All of them silent. He's not the only one watching us, I say. Akane nods. Someone else is in the tunnels. We choose the left corridor and move deeper into the dark. Behind us, something drags its feet across concrete. Patient, methodical, waiting for us to spike again. Chapter 8, The Archivist's Hand. The corridor smells wrong, not decay, that's constant. This is chemical, synthetic, like burned plastic mixed with ozone. Akane stops, raises her hand. I freeze. She's staring ahead at something I can't see yet. What is it? I whisper. Light. Moving, I strain to see. There, maybe 30 yards ahead, a beam sweeping left to right. Systematic, searching. Purist patrol, I ask. No, wrong pattern. She watches the beam. That's automated. We approach slowly. The light source becomes clear. A mounted camera, motorized, scanning the corridor on a preset route. Red indicator light blinking. Active surveillance, I say. He's watching the whole tunnel system. Not watching. Recording. Akane examines the camera's mount. This feeds to a central hub, probably near the vault. Can we disable it? We could. But then he'd know we're here. He already knows we're here. He knows we're in the tunnels. He doesn't know exactly where. She moves past the camera, staying out of its sweep radius. If we're careful, we stay ghosts. I follow her. The camera continues its pattern, oblivious. The corridor opens into a larger space. Some kind of supply depot. Shelves line the walls, stacked with equipment. Medical supplies, food, water, weapons. Everything organized, cataloged, tagged with white labels. This is their main cache, Akane says. I move to the nearest shelf. The labels are detailed, item name, quantity, acquisition date, intended use. Everything documented. He's not scavenging, I say. He's archiving. That's his name. Akane examines a crate of ammunition. The archivist, he's preserving what he thinks matters, categorizing the remains of civilization. I find a shelf labeled cultural preservation. Books, photographs, art supplies, a violin in a protective case, all of it pristine. Untouched. Why, I ask. Why preserve this if he thinks humanity failed? Because he thinks it can be rebuilt. Better this time, without the emotion, without the weakness. She picks up a photograph, a family portrait similar to the one she found earlier. He's curating who gets to be remembered, and who doesn't. Exactly. A sound echoes through the depot. Metallic, rhythmic, getting louder. Someone's coming, I say. We duck behind a shelf stack. The sound gets closer, not footsteps. Wheels. Something being pushed. A cart rounds the corner, no one pushing it, just rolling on its own, guided by some kind of magnetic track in the floor. On the cart, 3 sealed containers. Medical waste symbols on the sides. Emotion bait, Akane whispers. Fresh batch. The cart passes our position, continues toward the far end of the depot where a service elevator sits. Doors open. The cart rolls inside. Doors close. The elevator descends. That's our way down, I say. That's their delivery system. Automated. No guards needed. We wait for the elevator to return. 3 minutes. The doors open. Empty cart. Now, Akane says, we sprint to the elevator. Inside, the control panel shows 6 levels. We're on level 3. The vault would be bottom, Akane says, level 6. I hit the button. Doors close. The elevator drops. My stomach lurches. The descent is faster than I expected. No safety protocols, just straight down. This isn't civilian infrastructure, I say. No. Military. Pre-outbreak. Akane grips the katana. Whatever's down here, they wanted it secure. The elevator slows. Level 5. Level 6. Doors open. The corridor beyond is different. Cleaner. The walls are reinforced steel instead of concrete. LED strips run along the ceiling, providing steady white light. And at the far end, a door. Heavy. Vault style. With a digital display above it. National Archives Sector 7, authorized personnel only. That's it, Akane says, the vault. We approach carefully. The corridor is too clean, too quiet. Halfway to the door, a sound, high-pitched, electronic, a siren. Red lights flood the corridor. Pressure sensors, I say. We triggered something. Not pressure. Weight. Akane looks at the floor. The cart is lighter on return trips. We're too heavy. The siren cuts out, the red lights remain. Then from speakers mounted in the ceiling, a voice. The archivist. Persistent, I'll grant you that. Akane moves toward the vault door. I follow. But persistence without wisdom is just stubbornness, the voice continues. You've come all this way for what? A radio? A chance to call for help? Akane tries the vault door. Locked. Digital keypad. There is no help coming, the archivist says. There is only us, the survivors, the controlled, the ones who learn to eliminate weakness. And you're the judge of weakness? Akane asks the ceiling. I'm the archivist of strength. I document, I preserve, I curate. You execute, I say. I eliminate variables that increase risk. Yes. You torture people to prove your philosophy. I collect data to refine methodology. A pause. But you know this. You've seen the logbooks, the emotion bait, the experiments. We've seen the cruelty, Akane says. You've seen efficiency. She punches the keypad. The display flashes red, incorrect. The code changes hourly, the archivist says. You won't guess it. Then let us in, I say. Prove you're not afraid of us. Afraid? The voice almost sounds amused. I'm not afraid. I'm disappointed. You had potential, both of you, discipline, control, but you cling to sentiment, to each other. To, he pauses, bottles of scotch you'll never drink. Akane looks at me. That was your test, the archivist continues, to see if you could prioritize logic over attachment, and you failed. You broke the bottle not because you needed to, but because you needed to prove something to her. I broke it because it was in the way, I say. You broke it because carrying it was a metaphor you couldn't handle anymore. The voice shifts. But I understand. Metaphors are difficult. Let me be literal instead. The red lights intensify, then go dark. Total black. Akane? I say. Here. Her hand finds mine. Then sound. From behind us, the elevator ascending, coming back. I'm sending you a gift, the archivist says. 15 risen. Fresh, aggressive, drawn by the siren you triggered. The elevator stops on our level. Doors open. In the reflected red glow of emergency lighting, I see them. More than 15, 20, maybe 30, all standing motionless in the elevator car, waiting. They're dormant for now, the archivist says. But the moment you spike, the moment fear blooms, they'll converge, and there's nowhere to run. Why? Akane asks. Her voice is steady. Why do this? To prove my point, that emotion is fatal, that attachment is liability, that the only way to survive is to be alone. Then let Ismail go, she says. Keep me, test me instead. No, I say. Touching, the archivist says, but illogical. You're both contaminated by sentiment, both failures. You're wrong, I say, then prove it. Cross the corridor, reach the vault, maintain perfect emotional control while 30 risen wait for your fear. The speaker clicks off. We stand there in the dark. The risen are 15 yards behind us. The vault is 10 yards ahead. Can we do this? I ask. We don't have a choice. Akane's grip tightens on my hand. Remember the scotch. The scotch is gone. The memory isn't. She starts walking forward. Slow, steady. Tell me what you remember. I move with her. 1 step, 2. The label, I say. Gold foil, embossed lettering. 3 steps. 4. What else? The weight. 2 pounds. Glass cool against my palm. The risen don't move, but I can feel them. Waiting. Listening for the chemical spike. What else? Akane asks. The smell. When it broke, peat and smoke, and... My voice catches. The memory shifts. I see my sister's face, see her frozen in the doorway, see myself letting go. My heart rate spikes. Behind us, one of the risen tilts its head. Ismail, Akane says. Warning. I know, I'm controlling it. Not well enough. More risen tilt their heads. Testing. Searching. Finish the memory, Akane says. The scotch. What did it smell like? Honey, I say. My voice shakes. And oak. And nothing. It's gone. I broke it. So you let it go. I had to. Like you let her go. The words hit like a physical blow. That's not I start. It's exactly the same. We're 5 yards from the vault now. You held on too long to the bottle. Just like you held on too long to her, and when you finally let go, you felt guilty, like the letting go was the failure instead of the holding on. Behind us, the risen take a step forward. They're moving, I say, because you're spiking. Her hand squeezes mine. Let it go, the guilt, the sister, the bottle, all of it. Let it go right now. I can't. You already did. In that room, when you broke the bottle, you just haven't accepted it yet. We're at the vault door. Akane releases my hand, turns to face the risen. They're 10 yards away now, moving slowly, methodically. What are you doing? I ask. proving him wrong. She draws the katana. Get the door open. I don't have the code. Then break it. I look at the keypad, at the screwdriver in my hand, at the digital display. Behind me, Akane raises the katana. The Ryzen are 5 yards away. This is fascinating, the archivist's voice says. You're going to fight, going to sacrifice yourself for him, proving my point about the fatality of attachment. I'm not sacrificing myself, Akane says. I'm buying time. Time for what? For him to think. I stare at the keypad, at the display, at the vault door. Think. The code changes hourly, but it's not random. The archivist is methodical. Everything documented, everything systematic. I look at the display again, not at the keypad, at the display itself. Numbers scroll across it. Date, time, temperature, and in the corner, a sequence. 6 digits. You're out of time, the archivist says. The Risen are 2 yards from Akane. I punch in the sequence from the display. The vault door clicks, begins to open. Behind me, Akane moves. The katana sweeps. The first Risen falls. Go, she says. I grab her arm, pull her through the opening door. We fall through together as the Risen converge. The vault door slams shut behind us. Silence. We lie on the floor, breathing hard. The katana clatters beside us. I look up. We're inside, the vault, and it's not empty. Chapter 9, The Price of Silence. The vault is smaller than I expected, maybe 20 feet by 20. Steel walls, no windows, single light fixture over LED casting everything in sterile white, and in the center a desk, old military surplus, with a radio sitting on top. Not the satellite communications array I imagined. Not rows of equipment, just one radio, hand crank powered, dented metal casing, antenna bent at an angle. That's it, Akane says. I stand, move toward the desk. The radio looks like something from 60 years ago, pre-digital, the kind you'd find in a survival bunker. Behind it, built into the wall, a map. Tokyo and surrounding areas. Pins mark locations. Red thread connects them. Evacuation routes, Akane says. She's studying the map. From the early days, I trace one of the threads. It leads from central Tokyo to the coast. These were the escape plans. Most of them failed. Look, she points to markings. X's drawn over most destinations. Overrun, collapsed, compromised. Only 3 locations are circled in green. Still viable, still standing. He's been tracking survival sites, I say, cataloging who made it, or who didn't. Akane moves to the desk, opens a drawer. Inside, logbooks, dozens of them, all filled with the same neat handwriting. Daily observations, she reads. Subject Group Alpha, 11 survivors. Emotional cohesion, high. Survival duration, 4 weeks before internal conflict led to... She stops reading, closes the book. He's been watching everyone, I say. Not just us, every survivor group in the region. Studying them, documenting their failures. She looks at the radio. This is his research station, his observation post. I examine the radio. It's functional. The crank turns smoothly. The frequency dial is set to emergency bands. We could use this, I say. Broadcast. See who responds. And say what? Akane sits on the desk. Help us? Come save us? We've been alone for 3 years and now we're lonely? We say we're alive. That there's still people out here. The archivist knows that. He's been documenting it. She picks up one of the logbooks. Every group he's studied has failed. Not from Risen, from each other. From hope turning to desperation, turning to violence. So what? We give up? I'm saying maybe he's right. She sets the logbook down. Maybe connection is fatal. Maybe we're better off isolated. I stare at her. You don't believe that. I don't know what I believe anymore. She touches her injured arm. I risked my life for you. Multiple times. And for what? So we could find a radio that doesn't matter? It matters. Why? Because it represents hope? Because using it means we believe someone's listening? She stands. No, no one's listening. There's just us and him and thousands of Risen waiting for us to slip. Then we don't slip. Everyone slips eventually. She moves to the wall, leans against it. My father slipped. He built his entire philosophy around control and then abandoned his daughter because she wasn't controlled enough. Your sister slipped. One moment of fear and don't. Why not? It's true. One moment. That's all it takes. One spike, one loss of control, and everything ends. I want to argue, want to tell her she's wrong, but I can't, because she's right. The silence stretches, then from somewhere beyond the vault door, a sound. Scraping, rhythmic. The risen are still outside, waiting. How long until they leave, I ask. They won't. Not unless something else attracts them. Akane looks at the door. We're trapped. There has to be another exit. There isn't. This is a vault. One way in, one way out. I search the walls anyway, run my hands along the steel, looking for seams, hatches, anything. Nothing. We have water? I ask. Akane checks her pack. 1 bottle, maybe 8 ounces. Food? 2 ration bars. That's it. That's it. She sits back down. We have maybe 12 hours before dehydration becomes a problem, 18 before we're too weak to fight. I join her on the floor. The vault suddenly feels much smaller. I'm sorry, I say. For what? For coming here, for convincing you this was worth it. You didn't convince me, I suggested it, remember? She pulls out the photograph of her family, studies it. I thought if we found the vault, if we found the radio, we'd prove something, that we're still human, still capable of more than just survival. And now? Now I think we're just delaying the inevitable. She folds the photograph. We'll die in here or we'll die out there. Either way, we die. The only choice is whether we die alone or together. Together, she looks at me. You sure? Because alone is safer, easier. You said so yourself. I was wrong. When did you figure that out? When I broke the bottle. I lean back against the wall. It wasn't about the scotch, it was about holding on to something I could never use, something that kept me from moving forward. And now you've let it go. Now I've let it go. I look at her. But you haven't. Haven't what? Let go of your father, of the guilt about freezing, about not being disciplined enough. She doesn't respond. He was wrong, I say, about you, about emotion, about all of it, and you know it, but you're still carrying it, still trying to prove him wrong. Maybe I am, she stands, walks to the radio, but maybe that's what keeps me moving. The need to prove something. To who? He's not here. To myself. She touches the radio. If I can just show that connection isn't fatal, that feeling things doesn't make us weak. That she stops, stares at the radio. What? I ask. The frequency. It's not set to emergency bands. She adjusts the dial. It's set to a specific channel, a private channel. Whose? She turns the crank. Static fills the vault. Then breaking through. Still alive, I see. The archivist's voice. Akane releases the crank. The radio goes silent. He's listening, I say. The whole time, he's been listening to us. No, he's broadcasting, waiting for us to respond. She picks up the handset. He wants us to call him. Why? Because he needs to prove he's right, that we'll break, that emotion will destroy us. She holds the handset, and we're giving him exactly what he wants. Then we don't respond. We already did, by coming here, by risking everything for hope. She sets the handset down. He's won. Not yet. I stand. Move to the radio. Examine it. What are you doing? Akane asks. Thinking. I trace the wiring. He's broadcasting on a private channel, which means he has a receiver nearby. Probably in the depot. Or in here. Akane points to the corner. A small camera, hidden in the junction where wall meets ceiling. I move to it. The lens is active. Recording. He's watching us, I say. He's studying us, like all the other groups. Akane looks at the camera. We're just data to him. Then let's give him bad data. I reach up, grab the camera, yank it from the wall. The mounting bracket comes free. Wires dangle. Static bursts from the radio speaker. Destroying equipment doesn't change the result, the archivist says. You're still trapped, still facing the same choice. I throw the camera on the ground. Stomp it. Childish, the voice continues, but expected. Emotion leads to irrationality. Irrationality leads to failure. Akane picks up the handset. You're wrong. Am I? Look around. You're in a sealed room with limited supplies, surrounded by risen, no exit, no rescue. Your only option is to wait until you're weak enough that opening the door means death. Or we open it now, she says. Silence on the radio. What are you doing? I ask, testing a theory. She speaks into the handset. You said emotion is fatal, that connection is weakness, but we made it here, together. Through your traps, your risen, your philosophy. You made it here because I allowed it, because I wanted you here, to prove my point. Then we'll prove ours. She looks at me. We're opening the door. We're walking through the risen, and we're not spiking. We're doing it together. Impossible, the archivist says. Watch us. She sets the handset down, moves to the vault door. Akane, I start. Trust me. This is suicide. This is proof. She rests her hand on the door release. Remember the scotch. Remember the walk through the tunnel. We did it before. We can do it again. I join her at the door. If we spike, we won't. She looks at me. Think about something good, something that matters. Like what? Like this. She takes my hand. Right now. This moment, I look at her hand in mine, at the dirt under her fingernails, at the scar on her wrist. Ready? She asks. No. Good. Neither am I. She pulls the release. The vault door opens. The risen are waiting. 30 of them, maybe more, packed into the corridor, standing motionless. We step through the doorway together. The risen don't move. We walk forward, slow, steady, hand in hand, the risen part around us, creating a path. How? The archivist's voice comes from the ceiling speakers. How are you doing this? We're not afraid, Akane says. We're just here, together. We continue walking. The risen don't follow, don't converge, just stand there, waiting for a fear that never comes. This proves nothing, the archivist says, but his voice sounds different, uncertain. This proves everything, Akane says. We reach the elevator. The doors are still open. We step inside. As the doors close, I see the archivist's message painted on the far wall. The vault is not yours. The doors shut. We ascend. Akane leans against the wall. Her hand is still in mine. We did it, I say. We're not out yet. I know, but we did it. She smiles, slightly. Yeah, we did. The elevator rises, away from the vault, away from the risen, away from the archivist's voice, but not away from the tunnels. Not yet. Chapter 10. The Point of No Return. The elevator stops on level 3, the depot level. Doors open. The space is different now. The lights are off, emergency lighting only, red glow from exit signs. And in the center of the depot, standing perfectly still, a figure. Not risen. Human. Dressed in clean tactical gear, face covered by a respirator, carrying nothing, just watching us. Purist? I whisper. No. Akane steps out of the elevator. Something else. The figure doesn't move, doesn't speak, just stands there. We circle around it, keeping distance. The figure's head tracks our movement, but it doesn't follow. Who are you? Akane asks. No response. Are you with the archivist? Still nothing. We continue toward the exit corridor. The figure watches, but doesn't pursue. Why isn't it moving? I ask. I don't know. We're 10 yards from the corridor entrance when the figure finally speaks. Voice filtered through the respirator. Gender indeterminate. You shouldn't have come here. We stop. Who are you? Akane asks again. Someone who got out. The figure tilts its head. Before the philosophy consumed everything. You were a purist, I say. I was a believer. Then I saw what belief becomes. The figure points to the exit. Leave. Don't come back. Don't broadcast. Don't try to save anyone. Why not? Because the archivist is right about one thing. Hope is fatal. The figure turns away. The others are coming. You have maybe 10 minutes. What others? The ones who still believe. The figure walks into the shadows. The ones who want to prove you wrong. It disappears into the depot's darkness. We need to move, Akane says. We run for the exit corridor. Behind us, I hear sounds. Footsteps. Multiple pairs. Coming from different directions. The purists, the believers, coming to stop us. We reach the corridor. No tripwires this time. We already disabled them on the way in. We sprint toward the maintenance door. Behind us, voices, commands, tactical coordination. There, someone shouts. Intruders in corridor 7. Seal the exits. Don't let them surface. We reach the maintenance door. Akane pulls it open. We slip through. The main tunnel is dark. No glow sticks anymore. Just our flashlight and the distant sound of running water. North, Akane says. Back the way we came. We run. The tracks blur beneath our feet. The tunnel walls press close. Behind us, the maintenance door slams open. More voices, more footsteps. They're following. We reach the first station platform. The three resin are still there, still standing motionless. Through them, Akane says. We don't slow, just run straight through the middle. The Ryzen don't react. But behind us, shouting, then screaming. The Purists didn't maintain control, didn't manage their fear. The Ryzen converge. We don't look back. Just keep running. The second station. The third. Each platform empty, each tunnel darker than the last. Finally, the entrance stairs, the ones we came down hours ago. We climb, fast, the stairs go up forever. My legs burn, my lungs scream. Akane is ahead of me. She reaches the surface first. I follow seconds later. Daylight. Bright. Blinding after the tunnel darkness. We're back on the streets of Shinjuku. The entrance behind us leads down into shadow. From below, sounds, distant, muffled. The Purists dealing with the resin we accidentally unleashed. Akane leans against a wall, catches her breath. We made it, I say. To the surface. She looks at me. But the vault, we didn't. We didn't use the radio, I know. Then what was the point? I think about the vault, the camera, the archivist's voice, the walk through the risen. The point was proving him wrong. I say, we did that. Did we? She pushes off the wall, starts walking. Or did we just prove we can delay the inevitable? I follow her through the streets. Golden Guy is ahead, the narrow alleys, the memory of my sister laughing. Where are we going, I ask. Away from here. She doesn't slow down. Away from the tunnels. Away from... She stops. In the middle of the street, a van. Gray. Tinted windows, the same one we saw before. But this time the side door is open, and painted on the concrete in front of it, a symbol, a stylized broken microphone, the Purist insignia. Below it, a message in fresh paint. We know what you seek. Akane reads it again. They were watching the whole time, she says. They knew about the vault, about our route, about everything. The archivist planned this. Not just planned, orchestrated. She looks at the van, at the message. This entire journey, every choice we made, he was guiding it. Why? To prove we'd fail. To prove that hope is irrational. She turns to me, and we gave him exactly what he wanted. We came looking for the vault. We risked everything. We survived, I say. We're still here. Together. For how long? She gestures at the message. He's still out there. Still watching, still waiting for us to slip. I stare at the broken microphone symbol, at the message. Then I walk past it, past the van, down the street. Where are you going? Akane asks. Forward. I don't look back. He wants us to stop, to give up, to prove him right, so we do the opposite. Which is, we keep moving, we keep surviving, we keep proving that connection isn't fatal. I stop, turn to face her. And we find another way to broadcast, another radio, another vault, whatever it takes. Why? Because he's watching, and I want him to see that we don't quit. Akane stands there in the middle of the street, the van behind her, the message between us. Then she starts walking toward me. Where do we start? She asks. I don't know, but we figure it out, together. We walk side by side down the empty street, away from the van, away from the tunnels, away from the archivist's message, but not away from each other. Behind us, someone is watching from the van's tinted windows. The archivist, still studying, still documenting, still waiting for us to fail. But we don't look back, we just keep walking. And for the first time in 3 years, I'm not thinking about survival, I'm thinking about tomorrow. Chapter 11. The Vertical Lie. The rope smells like rust and old leather. I'm holding it with both hands, staring down into nothing, just black air and the faint echo of water dripping somewhere below. The shaft stretches up and down farther than the beam of Akane's flashlight can reach, and the platforms we're supposed to cross look like they were installed by someone who hated the idea of safety regulations. Akane's already across the first gap, crouched on a metal grate that's bolted to the wall with exactly 3 visible screws. She's waiting for me, not saying anything, but I can feel her watching. It's stable, she says. Sure. I pull the rope taut. Test it. The anchor point is a rusted pipe that's probably older than both of us combined, and when I put weight on it, the whole thing creaks like it's personally offended. Akane shifts her weight. The grate under her doesn't move. Ismail. I'm coming. I'm not coming. I'm standing here doing the mental math on how much I trust this rope versus how much I trust Akane's judgment on structural integrity. And the problem is, I don't trust either. The rope's frayed in two places, the pipe's oxidized, and Akane's already proven she'll take risks I wouldn't, which is how we ended up in this vertical nightmare in the first place. Below us, something shifts. Not close, maybe 50 meters down, but the sound carries in the shaft like we're inside a drum. Scraping. Slow. One of the risen, probably stuck in the lower levels and too far gone to know which way is up. I clip the rope to my belt. Start moving. The first platform's only 3 meters across, but it feels like crossing a tightrope made of hope and poor life choices. My boots scrape metal. The grate flexes under my weight and I freeze, like listening for the sound of bolts giving way. Nothing. Akane's already moving to the next rope. She doesn't look back. Wait, I say. She stops, turns halfway. What? Just give me a second. We don't have a second. She's right. The Purist scouts could be anywhere in these tunnels, and every minute we spend hanging in this shaft is another minute we're exposed. But my hands are locked on the rope and my brain's running the same loop it always does. If I fall, she can't catch me. If the platform fails, she goes down too. If I make one wrong move, Ismail, Akane says. Her voice is quieter now. Look at me. I look at her. She's standing on a platform that's barely wider than her shoulders, one hand on the rope, the other resting on the hilt of the ghost katana strapped to her back. Her face is calm, not blank. Calm. Like she's already done the math and decided we're going to make it. You don't have to trust the rope, she says. Trust me. That's not how physics works. Physics doesn't care if you're scared. She's not wrong. But she's also not the one whose sister froze in a stairwell because she couldn't stop panicking long enough to move. And I can still hear the sound my mother made when the risen pulled her down. And the problem with trust is it's just another word for liability. But Akane's already crossing to the next platform. She moves like water. Smooth, efficient, no wasted motion. Her Kendo training, probably. She told me once that her father used to make her balance on fence posts for an hour at a time, and I thought it was cruelty then. But watching her now, I'm starting to think maybe it was just preparation for a world where the ground can't be trusted. I follow. The second rope holds. So does the third. We're halfway across the shaft when I make the mistake of looking down again, and that's when I see them. 3 risen. Maybe 4. Clustered on a platform 2 levels below, swaying like kelp in a current. They're not moving, not toward us, anyway, but their heads are tilted up, and I can feel the hum of the whispers in my chest like a second heartbeat. Don't look at them, Akane says. Too late. I'm already looking, and they're already starting to shift. Ismail, I'm fine. I'm not fine. My pulse is spiking, and the ropes slick under my palms, and all I can think is they know we're here. They know they're going to climb, and that's the exact kind of panic that gets you noticed. The whispers don't care about sound. They care about fear. And right now I'm broadcasting it like a flare. Akane's moving faster now. She doesn't say anything, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hand keeps drifting to the katana, checking it's still there. She's scared too. She's just better at hiding it. The platform I'm standing on lurches. Not much, just a few centimeters. But it's enough to send my stomach into free fall, and I drop into a crouch, grabbing the edge of the grate with both hands. The metal bites into my palms. Below me, one of the reasons starts to climb. Ismail, move. Akane's voice is sharp now. Urgent. She's on the far side of the gap, one hand extended, waiting for me to jump. Jump, right, across a 2-meter gap with no safety line and a platform that's actively trying to become a death trap. I can't. Yes, you can. Akane, you can. She leans forward, her hands steady. I've got you. The reason's getting closer. I can hear it now. The wet rasp of its breathing, the scrape of its hands on metal. It's moving faster than the others, and if I don't move right now, it's going to reach my platform before I reach Akane's. So I move. I don't jump. I just step. Like the gap isn't there. Like gravity's a suggestion. And for one terrifying second, I'm weightless, suspended over nothing. And then Akane's hand locks around my wrist, and she's pulling me forward, and I'm crashing into her on the far platform, and we're both going down in a tangle of limbs and rope. The platform holds. Barely. You're an idiot, Akane says. She's lying on her back, one arm still wrapped around my shoulder, breathing hard. Yeah. Next time, just jump. Next time we take the stairs. She laughs. It's a short, breathless sound, and it catches me off guard because Akane doesn't laugh. Not like this. Not when we're hanging in a vertical shaft with Ryzen climbing toward us and no clear way forward. But she is laughing, and I realize I'm doing the same thing, and the risen below us are slowing down again because the spike of fear's gone, replaced by something else. Something that doesn't register on the whispers. Relief, maybe, or trust. We climb the rest of the shaft without talking. The platforms get wider as we go higher, and eventually we reach a maintenance corridor that's narrow but solid, with walls on both sides and a floor that doesn't threaten to drop out from under us. Akane's moving ahead, checking the corridor for signs of Purist activity. I'm leaning against the wall, catching my breath, staring at the rope burns on my palms. Ismail, she says. What? When I said to trust me. I know. No, listen. She turns to face me. Her expression's different now. Softer. You don't trust yourself. That's the problem. Not the rope, not the platforms. You. That's not. Yes, it is. She steps closer. You think if you mess up, I'm going down with you. So you freeze. You calculate. You turn every decision into a risk assessment because you're terrified of being the one who gets someone else hurt. I don't say anything. There's nothing to say. But that's not how this works, Akane says. We're already in it together. That you can't protect me by pulling away. She's right. I know she's right. But the voice in my head that says emotional attachment is a liability is louder than her voice, and it's been there longer, and it knows how this story ends. Except we're still here, and she just caught me when I stepped across a gap I didn't think I could cross. And the risen stopped climbing when we stopped being afraid. Maybe trust isn't a liability. Maybe it's just the only tool we've got left. Come on, Akane says. She's already moving down the corridor, her flashlight cutting through the dark. The vault's close. I can feel it. I follow her, not because I trust the corridor or the mission or the idea that we're going to find anything worth finding at the end of this. I follow her because I trust her. And for now, that's enough. Chapter 12. The Frayed Wire of Memory. The door's been sealed with something industrial. Maybe epoxy, maybe concrete. It's hard to tell in the dark. Akane's running her fingers along the edge, testing for weak points, and I'm holding the flashlight while trying not to think about how long we've been standing in one place. This is going to take time, she says. We don't have time. I know. She pulls out a small pry bar from her pack, bent, scratched, probably salvaged from some forgotten toolbox years ago, and starts working the edge of the seal. The sound is sharp in the enclosed space, loud enough to make me flinch. Careful, I say. I am being careful. She's not. Or maybe she is. And careful just isn't quiet anymore. The pry bar scrapes against the door frame, and a chunk of the seal cracks off, hitting the floor with a sound like a gunshot. We both freeze. Nothing moves in the corridor behind us. Akane exhales slowly. It's fine. It's not fine. Ismail, just faster, please. She gives me a look, not annoyed exactly, just tired, like she's running the same calculations I am and coming up with the same answer. We're pushing our luck, and luck's a finite resource in a place like this. But she goes back to work, and I go back to standing watch, even though there's nothing to watch except shadows and the faint outline of old pipes running along the ceiling. The door finally gives with a low groan, and Akane shoulders it open. The smell hits us first. Stale air, dust, something vaguely chemical that stings the back of my throat. The room beyond is small, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, and it's full of things, not supplies, not weapons, just objects, personal effects. A child's stuffed animal, faded and torn. A wedding photo in a cracked frame, a set of keys on a keychain shaped like a cartoon cat. All of it arranged on a makeshift shelf, like someone tried to create a museum in the dark. Akane steps inside. Her flashlight sweeps across the room, and I see her hand drift to the hilt of the ghost katana. Not pulling it, just touching it. A reflex. "We should go," I say. She doesn't answer. "Akane, just give me a second." She's staring at the photo. The wedding photo. 2 people smiling at the camera, standing in front of what looks like a shrine. The woman's wearing a white dress, the man's in a suit. They look young. Happy, like they thought they had time. I recognize the look on Akane's face. It's the same one I saw in the hospital when she got hurt, when the environment pulled something out of her she didn't want me to see. A crack in the armor. "We need to keep moving," I say, softer this time. I know, but she doesn't move. I step closer. The room's too small for 2 people, and we end up standing shoulder to shoulder, both of us staring at the same shelf full of ghosts. "My father had a photo like this," Akane says. Her voice is low, controlled. "In his study, him and my mother on their wedding day. He used to make me stare at it whenever I failed a drill. Why? To remind me what I was training for, what I was supposed to protect." She pauses. "He said emotion was a tool. You sharpen it, you use it, but you never let it use you." Sounds familiar. Yeah. She turns to look at me. He was wrong, though, wasn't he? I don't have an answer for that, because 2 days ago I would have said no. Emotion is a liability, control is survival, the only way to stay alive is to stay detached. But then Akane caught me when I froze on that platform, and the Ryzen stopped climbing when we stopped being afraid. And now I don't know what I believe anymore. "He was wrong," Akane says again. This time it's not a question. She reaches out and picks up the photo, holds it for a moment, then sets it back down, her hands shaking. Just a little, just enough that I notice. "Akane, I'm fine." "You're not." "I said I'm fine." Her voice snaps, and I shut up. We stand there in the dark, surrounded by someone else's memories, and I realize this is the first time I've seen her actually vulnerable. Not hurt, not tired, vulnerable. Like the thing she's been protecting all this time isn't her body, it's whatever piece of her is still capable of feeling something besides discipline and duty. And I don't know what to do with that. So I do the only thing I can think of. I step in front of her, block the shelf from view, force her to look at me instead of the photo. "We're leaving," I say. "Ismail?" "Now." She doesn't argue, just nods. And we leave the room, and I pull the door shut behind us, and neither of us talks about what just happened. The corridor beyond is longer than I expected. It slopes downward, and the walls are lined with more doors, most of them sealed, some of them hanging open, all of them leading to places we don't have time to explore. Akane's moving ahead again, not fast, but steady, like she's flipped a switch and gone back to mission mode. Her hands no longer on the katana. Her breathing's even. If I didn't know better, I'd think the last 5 minutes didn't happen, but I do know better, because I saw the way her hands shook, and I heard the crack in her voice when she said he was wrong. "Hey," I say. She stops, doesn't turn around. "What?" "You don't have to do that." "Do what?" "Pretend you're fine. I know you're not." "Ismail, I'm not either." The words come out before I can stop them. "Fine, I mean, I'm not fine, and I don't think I've been fine since..." I stop. Because I was about to say since my sister died, but I don't talk about that. Not with Akane, not with anyone. Except Akane's turning now, and she's looking at me, and there's something in her expression that makes me think maybe she already knows. "Since when?" she says. Doesn't matter. It does. Why? Because I need to know I'm not the only one who's scared. Her voice is quieter now, almost a whisper. I need to know you're not just operating like my father, like the purist, like everyone who thinks survival is the same as being alive. And I don't know what to say to that, because she's right. I have been operating, running on autopilot, making decisions based on risk assessment and tactical advantage and all the other bullshit I tell myself is logic, when really it's just fear dressed up in pragmatism. But standing here in this corridor with Akane staring at me like she's waiting for me to prove I'm something other than the cold, detached survivor I've been pretending to be, I can't lie to her. I'm scared, I say. Of what? All of it. The risen, the purist, this. I gesture between us. You. Me. Yeah, you. I take a breath. Because if I let myself care about you, if I let this be something more than just tactical partnership, then I've got something to lose again. And I don't know if I can do that. She doesn't say anything, just stands there watching me, and I can't read her expression anymore. Then she steps forward, closes the distance between us, and before I can process what's happening, she's grabbing my hand, not gently, not romantically, just firmly, and pressing it against her chest. Feel that, she says, her heartbeat steady and strong. That's me being scared too, she says. Every day, every step, but I'm still here, and you're still here, and that's all we've got. She lets go of my hand, steps back, and for a moment we're just two people standing in a dark corridor, surrounded by ghosts and bad decisions, trying to figure out how to survive without becoming the kind of people who aren't worth surviving. Come on, she says. We're almost at the vault. And this time, when I follow her, it's not because of tactics or logic or risk assessment. It's because I don't want to let her walk into the dark alone. Chapter 13. The Logic of Cruelty. The room smells like antiseptic and something worse underneath, something organic that the chemicals can't quite cover. Akane's standing in the doorway with her flashlight aimed at the center of the space, and I'm behind her trying to process what we're looking at. It's a medical triage. Or it was. Makeshift surgical table in the middle, supply cabinets along the walls, equipment that looks salvaged and repurposed from a dozen different sources. Everything's organized. Clean, even, like someone spent time making sure this place functioned exactly the way it was supposed to. But there's blood on the floor. Old blood. Dark and dried and spread in a pattern that suggests someone didn't leave this room alive. Purist, Akane says. She's already moving inside, checking the cabinets. How do you know? Because nobody else would bother. She pulls open a drawer, rifles through the contents. They've got medical supplies, real ones. Antibiotics, sutures, the good stuff. I step inside. The surgical table's got restraints bolted to it, wrist and ankle cuffs, like heavy duty, the kind you'd use on someone who didn't want to be there. There's a logbook on a shelf nearby. Leather-bound, pages yellowed, handwriting neat and methodical. I pick it up. Start reading. Subject 14, male, late 30s. Emotional baseline, high anxiety, tendency toward panic response. Application, auditory stress test at 110 decibels. Result, risen attraction confirmed at T+3 minutes. Subject exhibited extreme fear response prior to termination. Conclusion, emotional bait protocol viable for controlled risen herding. My stomach turns, I flip to the next entry. Subject 19, female, mid-20s. Emotional baseline, grief response, recently bereaved. Application, isolation chamber, prolonged sensory deprivation. Result, despair emission detected at T+8 hours. Risen attraction confirmed. Subject eliminated post-observation. Note, consider grief as primary bait vector for future operations. Akane's standing next to me now, reading over my shoulder. They're experimenting on people, she says. Her voice is flat. Yeah. Using them as bait. Yeah. She doesn't say anything else, just turns and starts checking the other cabinets, moving faster now, her hands rough as she yanks drawers open and shoves aside anything that isn't immediately useful. I keep reading. The logbook's full of entries like this. 50, maybe 60 subjects. All of them tested. All of them terminated. The handwriting never changes. Same precise script, same clinical tone, like the person writing this was documenting a science experiment and not the systematic torture of human beings. And at the bottom of the last page, there's a signature. Dr. Kaito Yamada, Archivist, Cultural Preservation Initiative, The Archivist. I close the book, set it back on the shelf. We need to go, I say. Not yet. Akane's got a bag open, loading it with supplies, bandages, antibiotics, antiseptic. We need this stuff. Akane, we need it, Ismail. She looks at me and there's something sharp in her eyes. Her arm's still not healed, and if we run into trouble, we're going to need more than just hope and a screwdriver. She's right. But standing in this room, surrounded by the evidence of what the Purist does, like what they believe, it feels wrong to take anything, like we're validating their methods, like we're complicit. But survival doesn't care about moral discomfort. I start helping her pack. We work in silence, the room's cold, and every time I open a cabinet I'm half expecting to find another logbook, another record of atrocities dressed up in clinical language. But it's just supplies. Gauze and needles and sealed packets of medication that probably cost more than my life in the world before. Akane's moving to the far corner now, checking a locked cabinet. She jimmies it open with the pry bar, and I hear her breath catch. What? I say. She doesn't answer, just reaches inside and pulls out a folder, opens it. I move closer, look over her shoulder. It's a map. Hand-drawn, detailed, covering a massive section of the underground vault. And at the center, marked with a red circle, is a location labeled Primary Archive, Communication Hub, our destination. But beneath the map, there's a note, handwritten in the same precise script as the logbook. The weak will inherit nothing. Emotion is the vector. Control is the cure. Those who survive are those who deserve to. The rest are fuel. I feel something cold settle in my chest. He knows, Akane says. The archivist. He knows we're coming. How? The symbol, Chapter 10, the broken microphone. He's been tracking us. She folds the map. This whole thing, it's not just salvage. It's a test. For what? To see if we're worth archiving. She looks at me. Or if we're just more bait. The lights flicker. Just once. Just long enough for both of us to freeze, hands on our weapons, eyes on the doorway. The lights stabilize. But somewhere in the distance, deep in the vault, maybe 100 meters away, I hear the faint echoing sound of footsteps. Boots on metal. Moving toward us. We need to go, I say. Akane's already moving. She grabs the bag of supplies, slings it over her shoulder, and heads for the door. I'm right behind her, clutching the logbook, because leaving it feels wrong, even though keeping it probably doesn't matter. We're halfway down the corridor when I hear the voice. Faint, distorted, coming from a speaker embedded in the wall. Ismail, Akane. The voice is calm, measured. I know you can hear me. We stop. The voice continues. You've read the logs by now. You understand the work, the necessity of it. A pause. I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you to recognize the logic. Akane's gripping the ghost katana so hard her knuckles are white. Emotion is the flaw in the system, the archivist says. The risen prove it. Every death, every loss, every moment of fear, it's all a broadcast, a signal. And the infected come for it like moths to a flame. Another pause. You think you're different. You think your bond is strength, but it's just another vector. The speaker crackles, goes silent. Then, I'm looking forward to proving it. The speaker cuts out. Akane and I are standing in the middle of the corridor, and the silence is so heavy it feels like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. He's watching us, Akane says. Yeah, he's been watching us the whole time. Yeah. She turns to look at me. Her face is pale in the dim light, and I can see the fear in her eyes. Not of the risen, not of the vault, but of the person who just spoke, the person who sees us as nothing more than data points in an experiment. Ismail, she says, if the archivist thinks emotion is the flaw, then we need to prove him wrong. How? I don't have an answer, because everything the archivist said is true. Emotion is a broadcast. Fear does draw the horizon, and every time we've let ourselves feel something, panic, connection, hope, we've put ourselves at risk. But we've also survived. And we've survived because of the connection, not in spite of it. We keep going, I say. That's not a plan. It's all we've got. Akane stares at me for a long moment. Then she nods, turns, starts walking, and I follow, clutching the logbook, knowing that somewhere in the dark, the archivist is watching us, waiting for us to prove his philosophy right, or die trying. Chapter 14, A Confession of Need. The section we're in now doesn't feel like part of the vault. It feels like something older, pre-outbreak, maybe pre-century. The walls are concrete, unfinished, and the ceiling's so low I have to duck in places. There's no light except what we're carrying, and the air smells like wet stone and rust. Akane's ahead of me, moving carefully, testing each step before committing her weight. The floor's uneven, cracked in places, and when I shine my flashlight down, I can see gaps between the slabs, nothing underneath but darkness. This doesn't look stable, I say. It's not. Great. We don't have a choice. The map says the communication hub's on the other side of this section. The map from the Purist triage. Yeah. The map the archivist probably left for us to find. She doesn't answer, just keeps moving. I follow because there's nothing else to do. The corridor narrows and I'm walking with my shoulders hunched, one hand on the wall for balance. The concrete's cold under my palm. Damp. And every few meters there's a pipe running along the ceiling, dripping water that's probably been sitting in the vault's guts for decades. Then the floor shifts, not much, just a few centimeters. But it's enough to send my pulse spiking and I freeze, listening for the sound of concrete giving way. Nothing. Akane, I say. I know. We should. The floor shifts again, and this time it's not subtle. It's a lurch, a sudden, grinding drop that knocks me off balance and sends me sprawling forward. My flashlight skitters across the ground and I grab for it, my hands scraping against broken concrete. Behind me, the ceiling groans. Move, Akane shouts. I'm already moving. Crawling, then running, my boots slipping on the uneven surface. Akane's ahead of me, her flashlight cutting wild arcs through the dark, and I can hear the sound of the collapse behind us. A low, grinding roar that's getting louder, closer, swallowing the corridor we just came through. There's a gap in the wall ahead, narrow, maybe a meter wide. Akane dives through it and I'm right behind her, throwing myself into the opening just as the ceiling behind us comes down with a sound like the end of the world. Dust fills the air, thick and choking. I'm on my back, coughing, trying to breathe, and Akane's next to me, doing the same. The flashlight's on the ground between us, still glowing, casting long shadows on the walls of the space we're in. It's not a corridor. It's a storage closet, or maybe a maintenance alcove. 3 meters by 2, walls on all sides, no door. Just the narrow gap we came through, and when I shine my light on it, I can see it's blocked now, filled with rubble and twisted rebar. Are you hurt? Akane says. She's sitting up now, brushing dust off her jacket. No? You? I'm fine. She's not fine. Her breathing's too fast, and when she reaches for her water bottle, her hand's shaking. But she takes a sip, wipes her mouth, and forces herself calm. I do the same. We sit there in the dark, listening to the faint sounds of the collapse settling, and neither of us says what we're both thinking. We're trapped. There's got to be another way out, Akane says. Where? She shines her light around the room. Walls, ceiling, floor, all solid. No gaps, no vents, no convenient escape routes. Just 4 walls and a pile of rubble blocking the only exit. We could dig, I say. With what? I don't know. Hands, the pry bar. That'll take hours, maybe days. So what's your plan? I don't have one. She says it flat. No frustration, no panic, just a statement of fact. And that's when I realize how bad this is. Because Akane always has a plan. She's the one who keeps us moving, who finds the routes, who calculates the risks. And if she doesn't have a plan, we're stuck. I lean back against the wall, close my eyes. The air in here is stale, and I can already feel it pressing on my lungs, making each breath a little harder than the last. How long do you think the air will last? I say. I don't know. Guess. A few hours, maybe less. I open my eyes. Look at her. That's not enough time. I know. We sit there in silence. The flashlight's battery is running low and the light's starting to dim, casting the room in a sickly yellow glow. Akane's staring at the rubble like she's trying to will it out of existence. I'm sorry, she says. For what? This. All of it. I pushed us to keep going. I didn't check the floor. Neither did I. But I'm supposed to. She stops, takes a breath. I'm supposed to be better than this. Better than what? Better than reckless. Better than careless. My father always said. She stops again, shakes her head. It doesn't matter. What did he say? That mistakes get people hurt. That discipline is the only thing keeping you from becoming a liability. Your father sounds like a piece of work. She laughs. It's a short, bitter sound. Yeah. The light dims further. I can barely see her face now, just the outline of her sitting against the far wall, arms wrapped around her knees. Akane, I say. What? You're not a liability. I got us trapped. We got us trapped, both of us, and we're still here. For now. For now's all we've got. She doesn't say anything, just sits there breathing slowly, and I realize this is the first time I've seen her completely still. Not moving, not planning, not protecting, just being. And in the dark, with the air running out and no clear way forward, it's the most honest moment we've had since we started this nightmare. Ismail, she says. Her voice is quieter now, almost a whisper. Yeah. I'm scared, I know. Not of the Risen, not of the Archivist. I'm scared of, she pauses, of losing myself, of forgetting who I was before all this. Who were you? I don't know anymore. She shifts, and I hear the faint clink of the ghost katana against the wall. My father trained me to be strong, to be disciplined, to never show weakness, and I thought that's what I needed to survive. But now what? Now I don't know if I'm surviving or just operating, like you said, like the Purist. I don't say anything, because she's hitting too close to something I've been trying not to think about. I need to know it matters, she says, that we're not just going through the motions, that there's something left worth protecting. There is. What? This. I gesture between us, even though she probably can't see it. Us. Whatever this is. And if it's not enough, then we're screwed. I pause. But we're screwed together. She laughs again, softer this time, and in the dim light I can just barely see her face, the faint outline of a smile. You're an idiot, she says. Yeah. But you're right. The flashlight flickers. Dies. And we're sitting in complete darkness now, breathing the same stale air, listening to the faint drip of water somewhere in the walls. Akane's hand finds mine. Not grabbing, not pulling, just resting. A connection. We're going to get out of this, she says. How? I don't know, but we will. And sitting there in the dark, feeling her hand in mine, I almost believe her. Chapter 15, The Quiet Paradox. We've been digging for what feels like hours. The pry bar's bent now, and my hands are raw from pulling at chunks of concrete that don't want to move. Akane's working next to me, using the hilt of the ghost katana to hammer at the rubble, and neither of us is talking because there's nothing left to say. The air's getting thinner. I can feel it in my lungs, that tight, shallow sensation that means we're running out of time. Then the rubble shifts, not from us, from the other side. We both freeze. Did you hear that? Akane whispers. Yeah. Another shift, stones scraping against each other, and then light. Just a thin sliver cutting through the darkness from the other side of the pile. Someone's there, I say, or something. I press my ear against the rubble. Listen. And I hear it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. Not the shuffle drag of the Risen. Something else. Hello, I call out. No response. Akane's already working the gap, pulling stones away, widening the opening. Her hands are bleeding, but she doesn't stop, and I'm right there with her, pulling, digging, ignoring the pain, because this is our only shot. The gap widens, enough for me to see through to the other side. And that's when I see them. Risen. Dozens of them. Standing in a massive chamber on the other side of the collapse, perfectly still, heads tilted at odd angles. They're not moving, not swaying, just frozen, like statues. Ismail? Akane says. She's looking through the gap now, too. What are they doing? They should be on us by now. We've been making noise. The rubble. I know. But they're not coming. They're just standing there, and the longer I watch, the more wrong it feels. Because the Risen don't stand still. They hunt, they move, they respond to the whispers, to fear, to panic, to despair. But right now they're doing nothing. Akane's pulling more stones away. The gap's big enough now for us to crawl through, and I grab her arm. Stop her. Wait, I say. For what? Just wait. I lean closer to the gap, shine my flashlight through it. The beam cuts across the chamber, and I get a better look at the Risen. They're clustered in groups, some near the walls, some in the center. All of them facing different directions, like they were mid-movement when something made them stop. And in the middle of the chamber there's a man, not Risen, human, alive. He's sitting on the floor, back against a pillar, his breathing steady, calm. And around him, the Risen are the thickest, packed in so close they're almost touching him. But they're not touching him. Who is that? Akane says. I don't know. She's already moving through the gap. I grab her shoulder, pull her back. Don't. Ismail, we don't have a choice. The air's running out. And if we go out there, we're dead. We're dead anyway. She's right, but that doesn't make it easier. I take a breath, force myself to think. The Risen are frozen, the man's alive, and nothing about this makes sense unless... The whispers, I say. What? The whispers. They respond to emotion. Fear, rage, despair. But that guy, he's not broadcasting anything. So what if it works the other way? Akane stares at me. What are you saying? I'm saying, what if the Risen can't register certain emotions? What if, I don't know, hope or calm or connection, Akane says. Her eyes widen. You think connection is camouflage? I don't know. But look at him. He's sitting in the middle of a swarm and they're not even noticing him. She looks through the gap again, studies the man, the Risen, the way they're standing, frozen like they've lost the signal. We need to test it, she says. How? Go out there. Are you insane? You're the one who said connection is camouflage, so let's test it. She looks at me. Together. Akane. If you're wrong, we're dead. If you're right, we're out. Either way, we're not staying in here. I want to argue. I want to tell her this is reckless, that we're gambling on a theory, that we should find another way. But there is no other way. And she's already crawling through the gap. So I follow. The chamber's huge. 30 meters across, ceiling high enough that my flashlight can't reach it. And everywhere I look, there are Risen. Standing, swaying slightly, their heads tilted toward us, but their eyes unfocused. The man's still sitting against the pillar. He opens his eyes as we approach, and I see he's younger than I thought, maybe mid-20s. His clothes are torn and dirty, and there's a makeshift bandage on his arm, but his face is calm. You made it, he says. His voice is soft, almost serene. Who are you? Akane says. Doesn't matter. He gestures to the Risen. They can't hear us. Not really. Not as long as we're... He pauses, searching for the word. Content. Content, I say. Calm, connected, whatever you want to call it, the whispers don't pick it up. He stands, brushing dust off his pants. Fear draws them, rage draws them. But this, he gestures between us. They don't even know we're here. Akane and I exchange a look. How did you figure that out? I say. By accident. I was trapped down here. Thought I was dead, but then I stopped being scared. Accepted it. And they just froze. He smiles. Turns out the apocalypse has rules. You just have to figure them out. Where are you going? Akane says. Doesn't matter, but you should move. They won't stay frozen forever. He nods toward the far end of the chamber. There's a passage that way, leads deeper into the vault. That's where you're going, right? How did you know? Because that's where everyone goes. The communication hub. The last hope. He starts walking, weaving between the risen like they're furniture. Good luck. And then he's gone, disappearing into the shadows. Akane and I are standing in the middle of the chamber, surrounded by resin, and I'm holding my breath waiting for them to move. They don't. He's right, Akane says. They're not responding. Yeah, because we're not afraid. Or because I stop. Look at her. Together. She meets my eyes, and for a moment we're not in the chamber. We're not surrounded by resin. We're just us. Two people who've been running and fighting and barely surviving, and somehow, against all logic, we're still here. Come on, she says. We need to move before this wears off. We start walking, slow, deliberate, and the risen don't react. They just stand there, frozen, while we pass between them like ghosts. The passage the man mentioned is on the far side of the chamber, narrow, dark, sloping downward. Akane goes first, and I'm right behind her, and as we leave the chamber, I glance back one last time. The risen are starting to move again, slow, confused. Like they've lost the signal and don't know how to reacquire it. But we're already gone, and I realize with a cold certainty that everything I believed about survival, about isolation, about control, about keeping them locked down was wrong. Connection isn't the liability. It's the only thing keeping us alive. Chapter 16, The Inversion Protocol. I can't breathe. Not because of the air, though it's still thin down here, still heavy with dust and the smell of old concrete. I can't breathe because my brain's stuck in a loop, replaying the same thought over and over. I was wrong. I've been wrong the entire time. Akane's ahead of me, moving through the narrow passage, and I'm frozen against the wall, hands pressed flat against the stone, trying to force my lungs to work. Ismail, she says. She's stopped, turned around. What's wrong? The words won't come. My throat's tight, my chest is locked, and all I can see is my sister's face. Her eyes wide, her mouth open, screaming but not moving, frozen in the stairwell while the risen tore through the door behind us. I told myself she died because she panicked, because she couldn't control her fear, because emotion was the weakness that got her taken. But that's not true. She died because I left her, because I ran, because I thought survival meant cutting the dead weight, and she was too scared to move, and I didn't wait. Ismail. Akane's in front of me now. Her hands are on my shoulders, shaking me. Look at me. I can't. I'm staring at the wall, at the cracks in the concrete, at anything except her face. Look at my look. Her eyes are sharp, focused. And there's something in them that's not pity, not sympathy, just recognition. Like she knows exactly where I am right now because she's been there too. You're spiraling, she says. I know. You need to stop. I can't. Yes, you can. Her grip tightens. Breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Do it. I try. The breath comes shallow, ragged, but it's a breath. Again, she says. I breathe again, and slowly the loop starts to break. I was wrong, I say. My voice is shaking. About everything, the whispers, the way the risen work. If connection is camouflage, then isolation is. The thing that gets you taken, Akane finishes. I know. My sister. Ismail, stop. She froze, and I left her. I thought it was her fault, but it stayed. If I just... You'd be dead too. Akane's voice is firm. Not cruel, just factual. You were a kid. You didn't know. None of us knew. But I do now, and it doesn't matter. She's still gone. My mom's still gone. And I spent years convincing myself it was their fault for feeling too much, when really it was my fault for not. I stop. Because the word I'm about to say is connecting, and saying it out loud makes it real, and I don't know if I can handle that. Akane lets go of my shoulders. Steps back. You're right, she says. What? You were wrong. About the isolation. About the control. About all of it. She crosses her arms, and now you know. So what are you going to do? I don't know. That's not good enough. Akane. I mean it. Her voice is harder now. I need you. Not the version of you that's locked in your own head running calculations and risk assessments. I need the version that can actually be here with me. Because if you check out now, if you let the guilt eat you alive, then we're both dead. She's right. I know she's right. But knowing doesn't make it easier. I slide down the wall, sit on the floor, put my head in my hands. I don't know how to do this, I say. Do what? Be here. Be connected. Every time I let myself care about someone, they die. And I don't know how to do this without thinking about the ways it's going to end. Akane sits down next to me. Not close, but close enough that I can feel her presence. My father used to tell me that caring was a weakness, she says. That the only way to protect someone was to stay detached, to treat every decision like a tactical problem. She pauses. And I believed him, for years. I thought if I just trained hard enough, if I was disciplined enough, I could keep everyone safe without ever letting them in. What changed? You. She looks at me. You're the first person I've let in since... She stops. It doesn't matter. The point is, I get it. I understand why you're scared, but being scared doesn't mean you get to check out. So what do I do? You trust me. She stands, holds out her hand. And you let me trust you. That's it. That's the whole plan. I stare at her hand. It's scratched, bruised, the knuckles scraped raw from digging through rubble, and I realize that if I take it, I'm committing to something I don't know how to do, something that goes against every survival instinct I've built over the last 5 years. But I take it anyway. She pulls me to my feet, and we're standing there in the narrow passage, and I can feel the weight of the vault pressing down on us. The darkness, the risen, the archivist waiting somewhere ahead. You good? She says, no. Me neither. She lets go of my hand, but we're moving anyway. And she starts walking, and I follow, because what else is there to do? The passage opens into another chamber, smaller this time. And at the far end, there's a metal door with a symbol painted on it, a stylized broken microphone. The Purist's mark. We're close, Akane says. Yeah. The archivist's waiting for us. I know. Are you ready? No. Good. Me neither. She checks the ghost katana. I check the anchor, and we move toward the door, knowing that whatever's on the other side is going to test us in ways we're not prepared for. But at least we're not alone. Chapter 17. The scars of yesterday. We don't go through the door. Not yet. Akane's standing in front of it, hand on the handle, but she's not moving, and I'm standing behind her, waiting, because I can tell she's not ready. Akane, I say, just give me a second. We don't have a second. I know. But she still doesn't move. I step closer. What's wrong? Nothing. That's not true. She turns to face me. Her expression's hard to read in the dim light, but I can see the tension in her jaw, the way her hand's gripping the hilt of the ghost katana like it's the only thing keeping her upright. I'm fine, she says. You're not. And you don't have to be. Ismail, you told me not to check out, so don't you check out either. She stares at me for a long moment. Then she lets go of the katana, sits down against the wall, and I sit down next to her, because if we're doing this, if we're actually going to walk through that door and face the archivist, then we need to do it whole, not broken, not half present. My father was a Kendo instructor, she says. Her voice is quiet. Before the outbreak, he ran a dojo in Kyoto, small place, traditional. He was strict. No, that's not the right word. He was relentless. What do you mean? He believed that discipline was the only thing that mattered. That if you trained hard enough, if you controlled yourself completely, you could overcome anything. She pauses. He used to make me kneel on rice for an hour if I made a mistake. Said pain was a teacher, that it would make me stronger. That's abuse. I know. Now. But back then I thought it was normal. I thought he was just preparing me. And when the outbreak happened, I was grateful. Because all that training, all that pain, it meant I could survive when everyone else couldn't. So what changed? I watched him die. She's not looking at me now. She's staring at the door, at the Purist symbol. We were trapped in the dojo, rising outside, and he just stood there in the center of the room, perfectly still, perfectly controlled, like he thought if he just maintained his discipline, they wouldn't touch him. Did it work? No. Her voice cracks. They came through the walls, and he didn't run, didn't fight. He just stayed there, because running would have been weakness, and he couldn't allow himself to be weak. I don't say anything. There's nothing to say. I ran, Akane says. I left him there, and I've spent every day since telling myself it was the right choice, that he was a fool for staying. That discipline without adaptability is just suicide. She finally looks at me. But part of me still believes him. Part of me still thinks that if I'd just been stronger, more controlled, I could have saved him. You couldn't have, I know. But I keep trying anyway. She gestures between us. That's why I'm here. That's why I pushed us to keep going even when it was stupid. Because if I stop moving, if I let myself actually feel what happened, then I'm just weak, I finish. Yeah. You're not weak. Neither are you. She stands, but we're both scared, and that's fine. Because being scared means we're still human, and being human is the only reason we're still alive. She's right. And I realize that's what the archivist doesn't understand. He thinks emotion is the flaw, the weakness, the thing that needs to be cut out and archived and controlled. But emotion's not the flaw. It's the feature. It's the thing that makes us adaptable, unpredictable, alive, and it's the thing he can't account for. Come on, Akane says. She's at the door now, hand on the handle again. We're going in. Are you ready? No, but I'm going anyway. She opens the door. The room beyond is massive, cathedral-sized. The ceiling so high I can't see it, and the walls are lined with shelves, thousands of them, stacked floor to ceiling, filled with books and artifacts and relics of a world that doesn't exist anymore. And in the center of the room, sitting at a desk, is the archivist. He's older than I expected, 60s, maybe 70s. Gray hair, wire-rimmed glasses, a neat suit that looks absurdly out of place in the ruins of the world. He's writing something in a notebook, and he doesn't look up when we enter. Ismail, he says. His voice is calm, measured. Akane, I've been expecting you. We don't move, just stand there in the doorway, weapons drawn, waiting for him to make the first move. Please, he says, come in. We have much to discuss. Akane glances at me. I nod, and we step inside. The door slams shut behind us. Chapter 18, The Silent Pursuit. The archivist doesn't get up, just keeps writing in his notebook, the scratch of his pen the only sound in the massive room. I'm gripping the anchor so hard my knuckles are white, and Akane's got her hand on the ghost katana, but neither of us moves. You're wondering why I'm not afraid, the archivist says. Still not looking up. Why the risen haven't swarmed this room, why I'm sitting here unarmed while you stand there with weapons drawn. Yeah, I say, it's simple. He sets the pen down, finally looks at us. I'm not broadcasting anything, no fear, no rage, no hope. I've trained myself to exist in a state of perfect emotional neutrality. He smiles. The risen can't sense me. To them, I don't exist. That's impossible, Akane says. Is it? He stands, walks toward us, and I notice that his movements are slow, deliberate, like he's conserving energy. You figured out part of the puzzle. Connection creates a certain emotional frequency. Calm. Serenity. It confuses the risen, makes you harder to detect. But it's not foolproof. Slip for even a moment, feel a flicker of fear, of anger, and they'll find you. He stops a few meters away. But true neutrality, that's invisible. Why are you telling us this? I say, because you need to understand. What you're attempting, this journey, this partnership, it's a beautiful experiment, but it's doomed. Emotion is volatile, unpredictable. You might be calm now, but what happens when one of you panics? When you fight? When you face a choice that forces you to prioritize survival over connection? We'll figure it out, Akane says. Will you? The archivist tilts his head. Let me tell you about Subject 27. A married couple. Survived together for 3 years, deeply connected. They learned to move through the risen the same way you have, by maintaining emotional synchronicity. But then they found a supply cache. 1 dose of antibiotics and the husband was injured. He pauses. Can you guess what happened? Neither of us answers. The wife took the antibiotics, the archivist says, left him to die, and the moment she made that choice, the moment her guilt spiked, the risen found her. They both died, because emotion, in the end, is selfish. It prioritizes the self, and the self is what destroys us. That's not what happened to us, I say. Not yet. He walks back to his desk, picks up a small device, a radio transmitter. But it will. And when it does, I'll be here to document it. You're insane, Akane says. No, I'm pragmatic. The old world failed because people prioritized emotion over logic, love over survival, hope over reality. The risen are simply nature's correction. And my work, the archive, is about preserving the lessons we've learned so that whatever comes next doesn't repeat our mistakes. He presses a button on the transmitter, and somewhere in the walls something hums to life. I'm going to give you a choice, the archivist says. Beyond this room is the communication hub, a satellite uplink. Functional. You can use it to call for help, to broadcast your location, to reach out to whatever's left of the world. He sets the transmitter down, but here's the catch. The hub is through a passage filled with risen, hundreds of them, and to reach it, you'll need to maintain perfect emotional synchronicity. You'll have one slip, one moment of fear or doubt, and they'll swarm you. So what's the choice, I say? The choice is whether you trust each other enough to try. He smiles. Or whether you walk away now. Go back to the surface. Survive on your own terms. Alone. Akane and I look at each other. We're going, she says. Are you sure? The archivist's smile widens, because once you enter that passage, there's no turning back, and I'll be watching, documenting, waiting to see if you prove me wrong. He gestures to the door on the far side of the room. The passage is through there. Good luck. He sits back down, picks up his pen, and goes back to writing like we're already irrelevant. Akane starts walking toward the door. I follow, and as we cross the room, I hear the archivist speak one more time. Oh, and Ismail? I stop. Look back. Your father and I were colleagues, he says, before the outbreak. He was a good man, compassionate, emotional. It's what got him taken. He doesn't look up from his notebook. I thought you should know. My chest tightens, but I don't say anything. Just turn and follow Akane through the door. The passage beyond is narrow, dark, and filled with the low, wet sound of risen breathing. We need to stay calm, Akane says. I know. No matter what happens. I know. She reaches for my hand, squeezes it, and we start moving. The risen are everywhere, lining the walls, clustered in the center of the passage, swaying slightly like they're caught in a current. Their eyes are unfocused, their movements slow, and as we pass between them, I can feel the hum of the whispers, that low, vibrating awareness that means they're close to sensing us. But they don't, because Akane and I are focused, connected, moving as one. We're halfway through the passage when I think about the scotch, the bottle we stole in Chapter 1. The taste of it, complex, layered, absurdly indulgent for a world that's falling apart. Vanilla, I whisper. Akane glances at me. What? The scotch. First note. Vanilla. She understands. Smiles. Oak. Smoke. Honey. Spice. We keep walking, keep describing, and the risens stay frozen. Their heads tilting, but their eyes never focusing, because the frequency we're broadcasting, the shared memory, the connection, is something they can't process. We're almost to the end when Akane stumbles. Just a half step. Her boot catches on a crack in the floor, and she goes down on one knee, and for a split second her hand slips out of mine. The risen closest to us twitches. Akane, I say. My voice is steady, but my pulse is spiking. I'm fine. She's back on her feet, reaching for my hand again, but the risen's still moving, slowly, turning toward us. Don't panic, I say. I'm not panicking. Then why is it? Because you are. She's right. My fear's spiking, and the resin's picking it up, and in about 5 seconds it's going to lunge, and we're going to be swarmed. Ismail, Akane's hand locks around mine. Look at me. I look. Breathe, she says. I breathe. We're fine. We're still here. We're still together. The resin's movement's slow. Stop. And after a moment, it goes back to swaying, its eyes unfocused again. We finish the passage in silence, and when we reach the door on the far side, Akane turns to me. That was close, she says. Yeah, but we made it. Yeah. She pushes the door open, and beyond it I see lights, bright, artificial, flickering, the communication hub. We step inside, and the archivist crackles over a speaker embedded in the wall. Impressive, he says, but the real test is yet to come. The door slams shut behind us. Chapter 19. The Purist's Gift. The communication hub is smaller than I expected, maybe 10 meters across, lined with old server racks and cables running like veins along the walls. There's a console in the center, outdated, analog, covered in switches and dials that look like they belong in a museum, and next to it, a chair with restraints bolted to the arms. What is this place? Akane says. Control room, I say, for the satellite uplink, but it looks like. A sound cuts me off, high-pitched, piercing, coming from somewhere above us. A siren. Shit, Akane says. The lights in the room flicker, and through the walls I hear movement. Not just a few risen. Hundreds. It's a trap, I say. Of course it is. Akane's already moving toward the console, checking the equipment. The archivist set this up. The siren's drawing them here. Can you shut it off? I don't know. She's flipping switches, pulling cables, her hands moving fast. This thing's ancient. I don't even know if it's functional. The sound's getting louder, closer, and I can feel the pressure in the air, that low, thrumming awareness that means the Ryzen are honing in on us. Akane, we need to go. There's nowhere to go. The door's blocked. The only way out is... She stops, stares at the console. The uplink. What about it? If I can get it online, I can use it to jam the siren, maybe. She's pulling more cables, rerouting power, but it's going to take time. How much time? I don't know. The first risen hits the door. It's a dull, wet thud, and the door shudders but holds. Then another hit, then 10, and the metal's starting to warp. Akane. I'm working on it. I move to the door, press my weight against it. It's not going to hold, not for long. How much longer? I shout. 2 minutes, maybe less. We don't have 2 minutes. Then make time. The door buckles. A hand, gray, bloated, fingers bent at unnatural angles, reaches through the gap. I swing the anchor, drive it into the wrist, and the hand jerks back. But there are more behind it, pressing, clawing, forcing the door wider. 1 minute, Akane says. Her voice is tight. I brace myself against the door. It's vibrating now, the pressure building, and I can feel my boots sliding on the floor. My arms are shaking, and through the gap I can see them, dozens of risen, packed shoulder to shoulder, their eyes locked on me. Akane, 30 seconds. The door gives, just a few centimeters, but it's enough for a Ryzen to get its head through, and it's snapping at me, its teeth clicking together. And I'm swinging the anchor at its skull and missing because my hands are slick with sweat. Now, Akane shouts. The lights cut out. For a moment, there's nothing. Just darkness and the sound of the risen pressing against the door. Then the console hums to life and a low-frequency tone fills the room so deep I feel it in my bones, and the risen stop moving. The siren cuts off and the silence is deafening. What did you do, I say? Jamming signal. Akane's breathing hard. It's blocking the siren and the whispers, at least for now. How long will it last? I don't know. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe less. She's already moving toward the far end of the room, checking for exits. We need to move. Where? Deeper. The archivist's facility has to be close, if we can find him. And do what? I don't know, but we're not staying here. The Ryzen are still pressed against the door, but they're not moving, just standing there, swaying slightly, their heads tilted like they're listening for something they can't hear. Come on, Akane says. We move. There's a service corridor at the back of the room, hidden behind a rack of old servers. It's narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and the walls are lined with pipes that hiss and drip condensation. This is going to lead us straight to him, I say. I know. And he's going to be ready. I know. So what's the plan? She doesn't answer, just keeps moving. And I follow because there's nothing else to do. The corridor opens into another chamber. This one's different, cleaner, more organized. The walls are lined with filing cabinets, and there's a desk in the center covered in documents and maps and photographs. And standing next to the desk, waiting, is the archivist. I told you, he says. The real test is yet to come. He's holding something in his hand, a small remote, and when he presses a button, the jamming signal cuts out. The sound of the risen starts up again, distant but getting closer. You've done well, the archivist says, better than most. But now I'm going to offer you a choice, a real one. What choice? Akane says. One of you can use the uplink to call for help, to broadcast your location, to bring rescue. He sets the remote down on the desk. But the other stays here, as bait, to draw the risen away long enough for the broadcast to complete. That's not a choice, I say. Of course it is. He smiles. It's the only choice that matters. Survival or connection, logic or emotion, you can't have both. Akane and I look at each other, and the risen keep getting closer. Chapter 20, Descent into the Archives. We don't take the archivist's deal. Akane just stares at him, her hand drifting to the ghost katana, and I'm doing the math in my head. How fast we can move, how many seconds we have before the risen flood the room. You're wasting time, the archivist says. He's leaning against the desk now, arms crossed, watching us like we're an experiment that's gone exactly as predicted. Every second you hesitate, they get closer. Make the choice. No, Akane says. Then you both die. Maybe. She steps forward. Or maybe we just leave. And go where? He gestures to the door. The corridor's already filling with Ryzen. The uplink's your only way out. Unless... He pauses, tilting his head. Unless you're planning to fight your way through. Is that it? You think you can maintain emotional synchronicity while swinging a sword and driving a screwdriver through skulls? We've done it before, I say. In small numbers, against isolated targets, not against a swarm. He picks up a photograph from the desk, holds it up. This was Subject 34, a soldier, trained, disciplined, emotionally controlled. He lasted 2 minutes in a swarm before the fear took over. They pulled him apart while he was still conscious. He sets the photo down. I catch a glimpse of it. A man's face, twisted in agony, half covered in blood. You're not special, the archivist says. You're just two people who got lucky, but luck runs out. Akane's moving now, not toward the archivist, but toward the far end of the room. There's another door there, smaller, partially hidden behind a filing cabinet. Where does that lead? She says. The lower archives. The archivist's smile widens. Where I keep the truly valuable pieces. Art, literature, cultural artifacts. Everything humanity accomplished before it decided emotion was more important than survival. He pushes off the desk. But you won't make it. The lower archives are sealed, and the only way to open them is with a code that only I know. So give us the code. Why would I do that? Because you want to see if we'll prove you wrong. Akane's voice is calm, steady. That's why you've been watching us. That's why you set up this whole test. You don't want to be right. You want us to show you there's another way. The archivist stares at her. For the first time, his expression shifts. Not much, just a flicker, but it's there. You're wrong, he says. Am I? He doesn't answer, just walks to the door, punches a code into the keypad, and steps back. The door slides open. Prove it, he says. Akane and I exchange a glance. Then we move through the door. The lower archives are massive. The ceiling's so high it disappears into shadow, and the shelves stretch for what looks like kilometers, packed with objects wrapped in plastic and cloth. There's art on the walls, paintings, sculptures, things I don't recognize, and the air smells like old paper and preservatives. And in the center of it all, there's a platform, metal, raised, with a console that looks newer than anything else in the vault. The satellite uplink, I say. Yeah. Akane's already moving toward it, but I stop. Because something's wrong. The shelves are too organized, the floor's too clean, and there's a sound, faint, rhythmic, coming from somewhere deeper in the archives. Akane, I say. What? Do you hear that? She stops, listens, and I see her expression change. Risen, she says. Yeah. How many? I don't know. But I do know, because the sound's not just coming from one direction, it's coming from all around us, the shelves, the walls, the ceiling, and when I shine my flashlight up I see them, dozens of risen, hanging from the rafters like bats, their eyes open, their mouths slack, dormant, waiting. Don't move, Akane whispers. I'm not. We're standing in the middle of the archives, surrounded on all sides, and the only thing keeping the risen frozen is the fact that we're not broadcasting anything. No fear, no panic, just awareness. The console, Akane says. Her voice is barely audible. We need to reach it. How? Slowly. We start moving, one step at a time, and the risen don't react. Their heads don't turn, their eyes don't focus. They're still dormant, but I can feel the whispers humming in the air. That low, thrumming awareness that means they're close to waking up. Keep breathing, Akane says. I am. Not like that. Calm, even. Like we're together, I finish. Yeah. We're 10 meters from the console when I see it. A framed photograph on one of the shelves. It's old, black and white, and it shows a family, parents, 2 kids standing in front of a house, and I recognize one of the kids. That's me, I say. Akane stops, looks at the photo. What? That's my family, my father, my mother, my sister. I step closer, stare at it. How does he have this? Ismail, don't. But I'm already reaching for it. My hand's on the frame, and the moment I touch it, something shifts. The whispers spike, and the risen wake up. Run, Akane shouts. We run. The risen are dropping from the rafters, pouring out from behind the shelves, their hands grasping, their mouths open. Akane's ahead of me, her katana already out, slicing through the first one that gets close. I'm right behind her, the anchor in my hand, and I'm swinging at anything that moves. The console's 50 meters away. Then 30. Then 10. Arisen grabs my arm. I drive the anchor into its temple. Twist, pull free. Another one lunges at Akane. She sidesteps, brings the katana down on its neck, keeps moving. We're at the console. Akane's hands are flying across the controls, flipping switches, entering commands, and I'm standing guard, the anchor raised, watching the swarm close in. How long? I shout. 2 minutes. We don't have 2 minutes. Then hold them off. I swing at the nearest risen. Miss. Swing again. Connect. It goes down, but there are 5 more behind it. And then I hear a voice over the speaker. Ismail. It's the archivist. Your father didn't die in the outbreak. He died 6 months before. Heart attack. In his sleep. I kept that photo because he asked me to. He wanted you to have it. I freeze. He knew you blamed yourself for your family's death. He wanted you to know it wasn't your fault, but he never got the chance to tell you. The risen are closing in. 5 meters. 3. And now you'll die thinking you were right. That isolation was the answer. That connection was the flaw. Akane grabs my shoulder, spins me around. Ismail, I need you here, right now. I look at her, and I see the fear in her eyes. Not of the risen, of me. Don't let him win, she says. I nod. Turn. Drive the anchor into the closest risen's chest, and we hold the line, until the console beeps. It's done, Akane says. The signal's broadcasting. So we're good? No, we're screwed. She points to the door. The signal's drawing every risen in the vault straight to us. The sound's already building. A low roar, getting louder, echoing through the archives. There, I say, pointing to a narrow shaft in the wall. Ventilation. That's too small. It's all we've got. We run. The shaft's barely wide enough for one person, and Akane goes first, pulling herself up, her boots scraping against the metal. I'm right behind her, and the risen are flooding the platform below, their hands reaching up, clawing at the air. We climb. And as we do, I hear the archivist's voice one last time. You didn't prove me wrong, you just delayed the inevitable. But we're still climbing, and we're still together. Chapter 21. The Truth of the Wound. The communications center smells like ozone and old paper. My boots scrape against tile that hasn't been walked on in years. Feels wrong, like stepping into a tomb that was never meant to be opened. The satellite equipment lines the walls, dormant terminals with cracked screens, and in the center of it all stands the archivist. He's smaller than I expected. Gray hair, wireframe glasses, the kind of man you'd see in a university library before everything collapsed. He's holding a notebook, leather-bound, and he's writing in it like we're not even here. Akane shifts beside me. Her breathing's controlled, but I can feel the tension radiating off her. The ghost katana's in her hand, wrapped wire catching the emergency light from the backup generator humming in the corner. Ismail Curry, the archivist says without looking up. His voice is soft, academic. I wondered if you'd make it this far. I don't respond. My hand tightens around the anchor, the screwdriver's weight familiar against my palm. Behind us, somewhere in the archives, I can hear the faint shuffle of resin, distant but present. The emotional frequency down here is different, muted, like the weight of all this preserved history dampens everything. You look like your father, he continues, closing the notebook. Now he's looking at me, and there's something in his expression that makes my stomach drop. Recognition, not just of my face, but of something deeper. Yusuf was always practical, logical. He understood that emotion was humanity's greatest weakness long before the spores arrived. You knew my father. We worked together. Linguistics Department, University of Tokyo. Before. He sets the notebook down on a terminal. He consulted on my preservation project, deciding which cultural artifacts were worth saving when resources became scarce. He had a gift for making difficult choices. Akane takes a half step forward. You didn't lure us here to reminisce. No. The archivist adjusts his glasses. I lured you here to complete an experiment, to prove that my philosophy, our philosophy, Ismail, is the only rational response to this new world. The air in here is too still. My pulse is climbing, and I force it down, remembering the dormant risen we passed. Fear is a beacon. Fear will bring them. Your sister, the archivist says, and everything in me goes cold. Amina, she was 12 when she froze in that convenience store. Yes? When the risen broke through and your mother tried to pull her out, but Amina's fear was so intense it drew more of them. Your mother made a choice. She pushed you out the back exit and stayed behind to shield Amina's emotional signature with her own rage. I can't breathe. The memory is there, sharp and immediate. The emergency exit slamming shut behind me. My mother's scream cut off. The wet sounds that followed. That's the story you tell yourself, the archivist continues. That Amina's weakness, her inability to control her fear, caused both their deaths. That emotion is the liability. That isolation is survival. It is, I say, but my voice sounds hollow. No. He picks up a folder from the terminal. Old, pre-outbreak. The truth is in here. Security footage from that day recovered from the store's backup system. Would you like to know what really happened? Akane's hand finds my elbow. A warning. Don't listen. But I can't move. The archivist opens the folder. Your mother wasn't shielding Amina's fear. She was buying time for someone else. A stranger. Another survivor who'd gotten trapped in the stockroom. Your mother had promised to help her. The delay in getting Amina out, the extra 30 seconds it took to unlock the stockroom door first, that's what brought the rise in numbers. Amina didn't freeze from fear. She froze because she'd just watched her mother choose a stranger over her. The room tilts. I hear Akane say my name, but it's distant, underwater. Your mother died trying to honor a promise to help, the archivist says. Amina died because she couldn't process the betrayal fast enough to run. And you survived because your mother loved you enough to push you out first. But that didn't fit your narrative, did it? It was easier to blame emotion, to blame weakness, than to accept that your mother's compassion, her need to help others, was what doomed them. My knees want to give out. The anchor drops from my hand, clatters against the floor. You rewrote the story, he continues, relentless. Made it about control, about isolation. Because if attachment is the liability, if caring is the fatal flaw, then you never have to face the truth, that your mother's kindness, the very thing that made her human, was also what destroyed her. And you've spent every day since then trying to prove that you're smarter than she was, that you won't make the same mistake. I'm back in that convenience store, 13 years old, watching through the gap in the emergency exit as my mother's body jerks, as Amina's scream finally breaks free. Not fear, but grief. The sound draws more horizon, and then there's too much movement, too much red, and I'm running because that's what she told me to do. Ismail. Akane's voice sharp now. Look at me. I can't. The tiles under my boots are cracked, forming a pattern like shattered glass. My reflections in them, distorted and wrong. The lie you tell yourself, the archivist says, and his tone is almost gentle, is the same lie I tell myself. That if we eliminate emotion, if we curate only the rational, the controlled, the archived best of humanity, then we can survive. We can build something clean. He spreads his hands. You've already proven my point by coming here. You chose the mission over safety. You chose the goal over attachment. You're a purist in everything but name. No, the word comes out broken. I'm not. You pushed her away. He nods toward Akane. Even now, when she's injured, when she's vulnerable, you maintain the distance. Because attachment is liability. Because if you let yourself care, you'll have to admit that your mother was right to try to save that stranger, and that her death wasn't a cautionary tale about weakness. It was proof that connection, even risky connection, is what makes us worth saving. The generator hum is loud in the silence. Somewhere above us, the archives groan, settling deeper into their foundation. My hands are shaking. Here's my experiment, the archivist says. I'm going to give you a choice. You can use this radio to broadcast to the outside world, call for help, announce that there's hope in Tokyo, that 2 people made it to the vault. But only one of you gets to speak. The other stays here as bait. Their fear, their despair at being left behind, will draw the resin currently dormant in the lower archives. They'll tear through here, destroy everything. But the emotional surge will give the broadcast time to complete. One voice of hope, purchased with one sacrifice of connection. He pauses. Or you both walk away now, maintain your isolation. Prove me right. Akane's grip on my elbow tightens. I can feel her pulse through the contact, elevated but steady. She's already made her choice. I can see it in the set of her jaw, the way she's angled her body between me and the archivist. This is the cold calculus, the archivist says, and he's smiling now. Survival requires sacrifice. Connection requires loss. The only question is whether you have the courage to embrace the logic. The anchor's still on the floor. The satellite equipment hums, waiting. Chapter 22. The cold, hard calculus. The communications center smells like ozone and old paper. Sharp, clinical. The kind of smell that makes you think of libraries that stopped existing years ago. The archivist stands in front of the satellite console, older than I expected. Gray at the temples, hands steady. He's not holding a weapon, doesn't need one. The room's too small for anything but words. Akane's beside me. Close enough I can hear her breathing. She hasn't moved since we entered. Hasn't shifted her weight. The ghost katana's still in her hand, wire catching the dim emergency lighting that flickers overhead. Ismail. The archivist says my name like he's read it in a file. Like he knows me. Your father would have appreciated the irony. I don't answer. My screwdriver's slick in my palm. You came all this way for a radio. He gestures to the console behind him. Military-grade equipment, dust-covered but intact. Green lights blinking in sequence. The last functional satellite uplink in Tokyo, perhaps in all of Japan. Akane shifts. Fractional movement. Move aside. Of course, he doesn't move. But first, a question. A test, if you will. I've been conducting research, you see, on optimal survival protocols, the mathematics of emotional culling. The air feels thin. Wrong. I've observed you both for 3 days now, he continues, voice even. Academic. Your escape from the subway, your traversal of the vertical shaft, your emotional synchronicity through the dormant swarms. Fascinating. You've discovered what I've long theorized, that connection creates a frequency the reason cannot perceive. My throat's tight. So you've proven my hypothesis wrong. He says it without inflection, like he's commenting on weather. Which means I must recalibrate. The culling criteria were based on the assumption that emotion itself was the liability. But it's not. It's uncontrolled emotion. Panic. Rage. Despair. Akane's breathing changes. Faster. Which brings me to my proposal. The archivist steps aside. The console's right there, 15 feet away. One of you may use the radio, broadcast to whoever might be listening, call for rescue, coordinate with other survivors, restore hope to this ruined city. I don't move, but only one. He looks between us. The other must agree to immediate execution. I'll use the body as emotion bait, fresh trauma, fresh fear, to draw the risen away from this facility. It's the most efficient use of resources, one life for the salvation of countless others. The words hang. Akane's hand tightens on the shinai. I can see her knuckles whiten. Think of it as a calculus problem. The archivist continues. One person becomes the sacrifice, the other becomes the messenger, clean, logical, the precise opposite of the messy, irrational attachments that destroyed the world. My mouth tastes like metal. You're insane. No. He shakes his head. I'm practical. Emotions are tools, Ismail. They can be wielded with precision, or they can be allowed to run wild. Your father understood this. He was a brilliant man. Shame about his death. Something cold slides through my chest. He tried to save a stranger. The archivist's eyes don't blink. During the initial outbreak, your sister panicked because he insisted on helping someone who was already infected. The delay cost him everything. You rewrote that story, didn't you? Told yourself it was your sister's weakness, her fear. But it wasn't. I can't breathe. It was his compassion. The word sounds clinical in his mouth. His irrational, suicidal compassion. And you've spent years building your entire survival philosophy around avoiding his mistake. Except now you've made the same one. You've attached yourself to her. He nods toward Akane. So, he clasps his hands behind his back. Which of you will it be? Who uses the radio? Who becomes the bait? The silence stretches, thin, fragile. Akane moves first, not toward him, toward me. She positions herself between us, shinai raised, wire glinting. Her shoulders are squared, settled, like she's made a decision I haven't caught up to yet. Neither, she says it quiet. Certain, the archivist tilts his head. I'm afraid that's not an option. Yes, it is. She's already moving. The shinai cuts air. Fast, controlled. The wire whistles as she strikes, not wild, not panicked, pure Kendo form adjusted for the weapon's weight. The archivist steps back, hands up, and I see it now. The sonic device on his belt, small, cylindrical, his fingers close around it. Akane. The sound hits before I finish her name. High frequency, piercing, not loud exactly, but invasive. The kind of noise that bypasses your ears and goes straight into your skull. My teeth ache. Vision blurs. Akane staggers. The shinai drops 6 inches, wire dragging concrete. The archivist activates a second pulse. She's still moving, still fighting. Her breathing's ragged but even, each exhale deliberate. She's controlling it, forcing serenity through the pain. The wire catches his wrist as he raises the device again, slices deep, and blood wells dark. He doesn't scream. Drops the device. Steps back, clutches his wrist. Akane's on him, not fast, not desperate, methodical. She drives the shinai's pommel into his sternum, hard enough to fold him, then sweeps his legs. He goes down, hits concrete. The impact echoes. She stands over him. The ghost katana's tip pressed to his throat, not breaking skin, just holding Ismail. Her voice is steady, calm. The radio. I can't move, can't process what just happened. She sacrificed her chance. She chose combat, chose me over the goal. Ismail. Firmer now. I cross to the console. My hands shake as I activate the interface. Green lights turn amber. The system hums. Power draw. Massive. It's been dormant for months, maybe longer. Everything's cold booting. Behind me, Akane's still holding the archivist. He's not struggling, just watching, bleeding into the concrete. You'll fail, he says it conversational, like we're discussing theory. Even if you broadcast, even if someone hears, the risen will come. The emotional signature of hope itself will draw them. You'll destroy this facility and everyone in range. Good. Akane doesn't look away from him. The console finishes its boot sequence. I'm staring at a satellite uplink interface. Military encryption, but it's functional, active. I could send a message, call for extraction, coordinate with whoever's left. My father's voice echoes. Phantom memory. Help them. Always help them. I look at Akane. She's trembling. Barely visible, but I see it. The sonic device did something internal. She's hurt worse than she's showing. The radio waits. The archivist's watching me, waiting to see which choice I make. Connection or isolation, salvation or silence. Akane coughs, quiet, wet. I make the choice. My fingers move across the interface, not to broadcast, to jam. I reroute the satellite's frequency range, spread it across the full spectrum, and activate a high-frequency disruption signal. Not loud, not obvious. Just enough to block the Purist communication network across the entire Shinjuku district. The console whines, power consumption spikes, amber lights flash red. What are you doing? The archivist's voice changes, urgent. I don't answer. The jamming signal goes active. Somewhere in the city, every Purist radio goes silent, every coordinated movement, every strategic plan. Dead. Akane understands. She lowers the shinai, steps back. The archivist tries to stand, falls, his wrists bleeding badly now. You've just signed your death warrant. Without communication, my people can't coordinate the evacuation. The risen will come. I cut him off, for all of us. The console's overheating, smoke rises from the housing, the jamming signal's too strong, too much draw, it's burning out. Akane's moving toward me. Slow, each step measured. She reaches my side as the console sparks, loud, bright, and the smell of burning circuits fills the room. The satellite uplink dies. Green lights fade to black. The archivist's staring at the dead console. His face is blank, empty. Like I've taken something fundamental from him. You chose her. He says it quiet, disbelieving. Over hope, over rescue, over the logical choice. Yes, Akane's hand finds my shoulder, grip weak but there. Above us, something rumbles. Deep, structural. The jamming signal's secondary effect is starting. The risen are moving, drawn by the sudden electromagnetic shift, by the emotional chaos rippling through the Purists' now uncoordinated ranks. The facility shudders. Concrete dust rains from the ceiling. The archivist looks up. Understanding dawns on his face, slow and terrible, as the rumbling intensifies and the first support beam groans somewhere distant in the archives. Chapter 23, A Sword for the Self. The floor tilts. Not much, maybe 3 degrees, but enough to feel wrong. Enough to know the collapse has started. Akane's leaning on me. Her breathing's shallow, fast. The sonic device did more than disorient her. I can see it in the way she's holding her ribs. Careful, protective. The archivist's still on the ground. He's trying to stand, slipping in his own blood, and there's something almost pathetic about it, the way his calculated philosophy crumbles when the math stops adding up. You've destroyed everything. He's not yelling. Worse than that. He sounds disappointed, like we failed a test. The radio was the last coordination point. Without it, the Purist can't. Another tremor. Louder, closer. Akane pushes off me, stands unsupported. The ghost katana comes up, smooth, controlled, and I realize what she's about to do. No, I grab her wrist. She doesn't pull away, just looks at me. Her eyes are dark, clear. He'll follow. He's bleeding out. Not fast enough. The archivist watches us, calculating, even now. If you leave me here, I'll trigger the emergency beacon. It's hardwired to the facility's power grid, independent of the satellite. Every risen in a 2-mile radius will converge on this location. Akane's grip shifts on the shinai, But if you take me with you, he continues, voice steady despite the blood pooling beneath him, I can guide you through the maintenance passages. There are exits the Purists use. Reinforced. Defensible. I don't believe him. Can't afford to. Another rumble. This one accompanied by the distant sound of something massive giving way. Metal shrieking. Concrete fracturing. Ismail. Akane's voice is tight. Pained. We need to move. She's right. The facility's coming down. Fast. We can argue about the archivist's fate outside. I release her wrist. She lowers the shinai, not sheathing it, just holding it ready as she turns toward the door. Each movement's careful. Too careful. She's hiding how bad it is. The archivist rises. Unsteady. He wraps his bleeding wrist with torn fabric from his jacket, crude but effective, and gestures to a maintenance panel on the far wall. Through there, it connects to the vertical access tunnels. We move. Akane first, me behind her. The archivist last, stumbling. The maintenance passage is narrow, dark. Emergency lighting flickers at intervals, casting red shadows that make everything look like it's already burning. The walls are bare concrete, pipes overhead, the kind of infrastructure space no one was meant to see. Akane's breathing harder now. Each exhale ragged. How far? I asked the archivist. Quarter mile, maybe less. Behind us, the rumbling intensifies. The collapse is cascading, support structures failing in sequence. I can hear it in the way the sound builds, rhythmic, inevitable, like a slow-motion avalanche. Akane stops, her hands on the wall, bracing. She's bent forward slightly, shinai hanging loose in her other hand. Keep moving. I say it soft. Can't. 2 words, barely audible, but they hit like a physical blow. I'm beside her, checking. Her ribs are wrong. I can see it now in the way her shirt sits, uneven, one side higher than the other, internal bleeding, maybe a punctured lung. The sonic device didn't just hurt her, it broke something critical. The archivist's watching, clinical interest in his eyes. Fascinating. The weapon's resonance frequency must have caused a pleural cavity rupture. She's drowning in her own. Shut up. He does. Just stands there, bleeding and observing. I help Akane straighten. Her face is pale, sweat on her forehead despite the cold. I can walk. You can't. I can. She proves it. 1 step, then another. Slow. Agonizing. But forward. We move through the maintenance passage, the rumblings constant now. A low bass note that vibrates through the walls. Dust falls continuously. Small pieces of concrete chip loose from the ceiling. The passage opens into a larger tunnel. Taller. Wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. There are old signs on the walls. Japanese characters faded but legible. Evacuation routes. Emergency protocols from decades ago when this place still functioned as a government facility. Akane stumbles. I catch her. Barely. She's heavier than she should be. Dead weight. Her eyes are unfocused. Almost there. The archivist's ahead of us now, moving faster despite his injury. The exit's through the next junction. We don't make it. The ceiling comes down. Not all at once, just a section. Maybe 20 feet ahead. Concrete and rebar crashing down in a cloud of dust and noise. The impact shakes the entire tunnel. I'm thrown against the wall. Akane goes down hard. When the dust clears, the path forward is blocked. Completely. Tons of debris piled to the ceiling. The archivist's on the other side. I can see him through a narrow gap. He's staring at the rubble, then at us. His expression doesn't change, just neutral. Observing. There's another exit. He says it matter of fact. Back the way you came. Second junction, turn left. He's lying. I know it before he finishes speaking. It's a longer route, he continues, backing away from the gap, but structurally sound. You'll make it. Akane's trying to stand, failing. Blood on her lips now, bright red, arterial. The archivist turns, starts walking away. Wait, he doesn't. Just disappears into the shadows beyond the rubble. His voice echoes back, distant. The logical choice, Ismail, survival of the fittest. Then silence. Akane coughs, wet, painful. Go. No. Ismail. She looks up at me. Her eyes are clear. Certain. You can make it alone. The second junction. It's real. I remember seeing it. I'm not leaving you. You have to. The tunnel shakes again. More violent this time. Cracks spider across the walls. The rumblings changed pitch, higher, more urgent. The main supports are failing. I slide my hands under her shoulders. Lift. She's too heavy, too damaged, but I don't care. One step, then another. Back toward the second junction she mentioned. Put me down. Her voice is weaker now. I don't. Ismail, you're gonna die. Then we both die. She doesn't argue after that, just goes limp in my arms, trusting. Her weight settles against me as I stagger down the tunnel. My legs burn, my back screams, the screwdriver's still in my belt. Useless now. The second junction appears. Left turn. Narrower passage. No emergency lighting here. Just darkness. I take it anyway. The passage angles upwards, steep. My boots slip on loose gravel. Akane's breathing is barely audible. Each inhale shallow, each exhale weaker. Behind us, the main tunnel collapses. The sound is catastrophic. Final. Like the earth itself giving up. The passage ahead narrows further. I have to turn sideways. Shuffle. Akane's dead weight making every movement exponentially harder. Almost there. I say it to myself, to her, to no one. The passage opens into a vertical shaft. Old ventilation system, metal ladder rungs set into concrete, maybe 50 feet up to a grated hatch. Daylight filtering through. Weak but real. I look at Akane, at the ladder, at the width of the shaft. Only one person can climb at a time. She's unconscious now, blood on her chin, on my hands, everywhere. I set her down, gentle as I can, check her pulse, weak, thready. But there, the shaft shakes, the collapse is spreading. I can feel it through the walls, through the air itself. I look up at the ladder, at the daylight, at the only exit, then back at Akane. The math is simple, brutal. I can carry her up. Maybe, probably not. The climb's too steep, too far. I'll fall. We'll both die in the shaft. Or I can go first, reach the surface, find help, come back. Except there's no time. The collapse is seconds away, maybe less. I reach for the ladder, my hand closes around the first rung. Cold metal, solid. Akane's hand catches my ankle, weak grip, but deliberate. I look down, her eyes are open, barely. Go. I'm coming back. No. She coughs, blood sprays. You're not. The shaft trembles, dust and small debris fall from above. Akane. It's okay. She says it soft. Final. This was always the choice. Connection over isolation. Remember? Her hand releases my ankle. Falls to the concrete. Doesn't move again. I'm halfway up the ladder when the shaft fills with noise. The final, catastrophic collapse of everything below. And the last thing I see before climbing into daylight is Akane lying still at the bottom, one hand outstretched toward where I stood, the ghost katana beside her like a monument to everything we failed to save. Chapter 24. The scars of the broadcast. The grate takes 3 kicks. 4. Metal screeches. Gives. I shove through into daylight and the sudden brightness makes me blind for 5 seconds. 6. When my vision clears, I'm on a rooftop. Low building. 3 stories maybe. Shinjuku sprawl visible in every direction. Smoke rising from a dozen points. The archives complex behind me is a crater now. Dust clouds still expanding. Rising. Blotting out the southern horizon. Akane's down there. The thought hits before I can stop it. Before I can rationalize. She's in that shaft, buried under tons of concrete, alone. My legs move before my brain catches up. Back to the grate. I'm on my knees, fingers clawing at the metal edge. It's already warped from my kicks. Bent. I can't get leverage to pull it wider. My screwdriver's in my hand. I don't remember drawing it. I jam the tip into the gap. Pry. The metal groans. Doesn't give. Below, the shaft's dark. Silent. I can't see the bottom anymore. Just darkness and settling dust. Akane. My voice echoes, dies. Nothing comes back. I pry harder. The screwdriver slips, gouges my palm, blood wells. I don't feel it. Just reset. Pry again. The grate shifts. An inch, maybe less. Not enough. I lean back, breathing hard, staring at the dark opening, at the grave I just crawled out of. She's dead. Has to be. The collapse was total. Even if she survived the initial fall, the debris would have... No. I shut the thought down, force myself to focus. The shaft's vertical, steep. If the collapse came from below, maybe it didn't reach her level. Maybe she's trapped but alive, injured but breathing. Maybe. I stand. Look around. The rooftop's empty. No equipment, no rope, nothing useful. Just gravel and old HVAC units rusted into sculptures. West side of the building. Fire escape. Rusted but intact. I take the stairs down, fast, reckless. My boots ring on metal. Each landing shakes. Third floor. Second. Ground. The street's chaos, risen everywhere. Not wandering. Moving with purpose, drawn by something. The emotional signature of the collapse, maybe, or the sudden, violent fear from the Purist scattered ranks. 3 of them between me and the building's north side, where the shaft would exit, where Akane is. I don't slow down. The first one turns as I approach. Male. Mid-30s. Suit torn. Face blank. It registers me, that moment of recognition before the whispers take over, and then it's moving. I sidestep, let it pass. The second one's faster, closer. I drive the screwdriver through its eye socket. Hard, deep. It drops. I don't stop to confirm. The third one tackles me from the side. We go down. My shoulder hits pavement. The risen's on top. Hands clawing, mouth open. I can smell rot, feel its weight crushing my chest. I get the screwdriver up, into its throat, twist. Hot blood sprays. Hot blood sprays. The risen convulses, goes still. I shove it off, stand, my shoulders screaming, probably dislocated. I don't care. The building's north wall is collapsed, partially. Enough to see the ventilation shaft's exterior housing. It's crushed, completely. Metal bent inward, concrete piled against it. But there's a gap, small, maybe 2 feet wide. Low to the ground, I drop to my knees, start digging. Hands first, then the screwdriver, levering chunks of concrete aside. My palms are raw, bleeding. Each piece I move reveals more debris underneath. More weight, more impossibility. A hand appears, small, pale, fingers curled. I freeze, stare at it, at the way it's angled, at the dust coating the skin. Akane, no response. I dig faster, frantic now, pulling debris, cutting my hands on rebar, not feeling it, not caring. Her arm, shoulder, head. She's face down. Shinai still gripped in one hand, hair matted with dust and blood. I check her neck. Pulse. There. Weak. Barely there, but present. I pull her free. Slow. Careful. Her body's limp, dead weight. When she's clear of the debris, I roll her onto her back. Check her breathing. Shallow, but irregular. But breathing. Her ribs are worse. I can see it now in daylight. The left side of her chest doesn't move right, doesn't expand. The sonic weapon, the fall, the collapse. Everything compounded. I need to stop the internal bleeding. Need pressure, bandages, medical equipment we don't have. Behind me, the risen are regrouping. More of them now. 6, 8, drawn by my emotional signature, by the panic I'm barely suppressing. I lift Akane, fireman carry. Her weight settles across my shoulders. My injured shoulder screams. I ignore it. Start moving. East, away from the Risen, toward the old Shinjuku commercial district. Buildings there are taller, more places to hide, more vertical options. Akane's blood soaks through my shirt. Warm. Spreading. I don't stop. 2 blocks. 3. The Risen follow, but they're slow. Confused. My emotional state's shifting too fast. Panic to determination to something colder, controlled. It's making me hard to track. I find a building. Office complex, 7 stories, glass doors shattered, interior dark. I take Akane inside. The lobby's ransacked, old, but structurally sound. I find a back office, corner room, 1 exit, 1 window, defensible. I set Akane down on the floor, check her pulse again. Still there, still weak, her eyes open, barely, unfocused. Hey, I say it soft. She doesn't respond, just stares past me. At the ceiling, at nothing. I strip my jacket, press it against her ribs. The pressure makes her flinch. Gasp. But she doesn't wake fully, just floats in that space between consciousness and oblivion. Stay with me. I say it again. Harder. Her eyes drift closed. I check the room. Look for supplies. Anything. There's an old first aid kit mounted on the wall. I break it open. Gauze, bandages, alcohol swabs, nothing for internal bleeding, nothing that will save her. I wrap her ribs anyway. Tight, professional, the way my father taught me before the world ended, before everything went to hell. When I'm done, Akane's still unconscious. Her breathing's marginally better, less ragged, but her color's wrong, too pale, lips tinged blue. She's dying. The realization hits clean, clinical, no emotion behind it, just fact. Internal bleeding, punctured lung, maybe both lungs. Without surgery, without proper medical intervention, she has hours, maybe less. I sit beside her, back against the wall, my screwdriver still in my hand, slick with blood, mine, the resins, Akane's, all mixed together. The radio's gone, destroyed in the collapse. The goal we came for, the hope we chased, all of it reduced to rubble and smoke. And Akane's dying because I chose wrong, because I jammed the signal instead of calling for help, because I prioritized destroying the Purist over saving her. Connection over isolation. That's what she said. Her final words before the shaft collapsed. I look at her, at the way her chest barely moves, at the blood seeping through the bandages despite my best efforts. Outside, the risen shuffle past, drawn by distant noises, by other survivors' fear. They don't sense us, don't register our presence. The emotional camouflage is working, our grief and desperation blending into something they can't perceive. My hand finds Akane's. I hold it, tight. Her fingers don't squeeze back. The sun's setting through the window, red light filtering through dust. The city's burning somewhere, always burning. I stay beside her, holding her hand, watching her breathe, waiting for the end that's coming, whether I'm ready or not. Chapter 25. The Price of Salvation. Akane stops breathing around midnight, just stops. Mid-exhale. Like her body decided it was done. I'm checking her pulse, fourth time in an hour when it happens. My fingers on her wrist, feeling for the rhythm, waiting for the next beat. It doesn't come, I count to 10. Reposition my fingers, check again. Nothing. CPR. My hands stack on her sternum. Careful, her ribs are already broken. More pressure might puncture something vital, might make it worse. I compress anyway, 30 times. Measured, controlled, then breathe into her mouth. 2 breaths, her chest rises, falls. I repeat the cycle, 30 compressions. 2 breaths, again. Her pulse returns on the 4th cycle. Weak, irregular, but there. I sit back, breathing hard, my hands shake. I press them against my thighs, force them still. Akane doesn't wake, just keeps breathing. Shallow, mechanical, like her body's running on autopilot while everything else shuts down. I check the window, dark outside. No horizon visible, just empty streets, distant fires reflecting off building facades. My pack's against the wall, I dig through it, looking for anything useful. Antibiotics, painkillers, the scotch bottle. Empty. We finished it days ago. The last drops shared in that moment of connection before everything collapsed. There's nothing left. I sit back down beside Akane. My screwdriver's across my lap. Automatic. Defense position even when there's nothing immediate to defend against. Her hand's cold. I take it. Rub warmth into her fingers. It doesn't help. The cold's coming from inside. From the blood pooling in places it shouldn't be. From systems failing one by one. Outside, something crashes. Distant. Metal on concrete. I track the sound through the window. 3 blocks north, maybe 4. Risen, probably. Or survivors. Hard to tell anymore. I stay still, holding Akane's hand, watching her chest move. Counting the seconds between breaths. 15. 16. 17. Too long. Normal breathing's 12 to 20 per minute. She's at 3. Maybe 4. I should move, should find better shelter, better supplies, but moving means leaving her, means carrying her through streets full of risen while she's barely clinging to life. So I stay. The moon rises, half full, bright enough to cast shadows through the broken window. Akane's face is colorless in the pale light. Marble. Statue-like. I think about the archivist's proposal, the impossible choice. 1 life for salvation, 1 sacrifice for hope. He was right about the math. Cold, brutal, accurate, but he was wrong about the conclusion. Akane didn't sacrifice herself for salvation. She fought because staying passive meant accepting his logic, meant validating everything he believed about emotional weakness and survival calculus. She chose combat, chose me, chose connection over the clean, logical solution. And now she's dying. My throat tightens. I force it down. Emotion's a liability. The whispers sense it. Feed on it. I need to stay controlled, neutral, the way the archivist would. Except I'm not him. Never was. Akane's pulse skips, stops, Resumes. The rhythm's wrong. Arrhythmic. Her heart's failing. The internal bleeding must have reached the pericardium, fluid compressing the chambers, cardiac tamponade. Fatal without surgical intervention. I know this. Knew it hours ago. But acknowledging it means accepting there's nothing I can do. Means watching her die while I sit here useless. A sound cuts through the silence. Faint, electronic, coming from somewhere in the building. I freeze. Listen. There. Again. A beep. Regular, mechanical, radio frequency. I'm up, moving toward the door, screwdriver ready. The sound's coming from the lobby. I move quiet, controlled, back pressed to walls, checking corners. The lobby's empty, but the sound's clearer now, coming from behind the reception desk. I circle around, find it. A handheld radio, old, military grade, duct taped to the underside of the desk. Active, green light blinking. It beeps again, then static, then a voice. Nyon receiving, this is Sanctuary Station 7. We have medical facilities, clean water, defense perimeter. If you can hear this, respond on channel. The message cuts off, loops, starts again from the beginning. I stare at the radio, at the blinking light, at the impossible lifeline. My hand moves before I think, picks up the device, finds the transmit button. I press it, static crackles, I release. Wait, more static. Then, this is Sanctuary 7. Identify yourself. Male voice. Young, alert, real. I press transmit. I have an injured survivor, critical condition, internal bleeding, punctured lung, maybe cardiac tamponade. She needs immediate medical intervention. Silence. Long enough, I think the connection's dropped. Then, what's your location? I give coordinates. Best estimate based on landmarks. The office building, the district, the ruined archives to the south. Copy that. We can send an extraction team, but we need confirmation you're not hostile. Are you armed? Yes. Are you infected? No. Are you traveling with others? Just her. Just the one survivor. Another pause. Okay, we'll send a team. ETA 3 hours. Can you hold position? 3 hours? I look toward the office where Akane's lying, at the blood seeping through bandages, at the time she doesn't have. I don't know if she has 3 hours. Do what you can. Elevation, pressure, keep her conscious if possible. We're coming. The transmission ends. I'm back in the office, setting the radio down, checking Akane's pulse. Still there, barely. I elevate her legs, prop them on my pack. It'll help with blood pressure. Buy her minutes. Maybe. Her eyes open. Just slits, unfocused. Help's coming. I say it soft. You're gonna be okay. She doesn't respond, doesn't even seem to hear me. Just stares past me at nothing. I hold her hand, count her breaths, watch the moon track across the broken window. Outside, the city's quiet, waiting. The risen are distant, scattered, their hive mind awareness dulled by the lack of strong emotional signals. The calm before extraction, 3 hours. I can keep her alive for 3 hours. I have to. Chapter 26. An echo of the ghost. The extraction team doesn't come. 4 hours. 5. The radio stays silent. Akane's pulse is thready now. So weak I have to press hard to feel it. Her breathing stopped twice more, each time I bring her back. Each time it takes longer. Dawn breaks. Red light through the window. The city wakes with it. Risen stirring, moving toward the sounds of early morning, distant generators, someone's cry for help 3 blocks south, the groan of unstable buildings settling. I check the radio. Green light still blinking. Active. I try transmitting. Sanctuary 7, this is the survivor from Shinjuku Office District, requesting status update on extraction. Static. I wait 30 seconds. Try again. More static. They're not coming. Maybe they couldn't get through. Maybe the risen are too dense between here and wherever they're based. Maybe they decided one critically injured survivor isn't worth the risk. Doesn't matter. The result's the same. Akane's dying. I can't save her here. I need to move. Need to find Sanctuary 7 myself. Carry her there. I check my supplies. Water bottle, half full. Bandages, nearly gone. My screwdriver. Akane's shinai. The radio, not enough. Not even close. But staying means watching her die in this office while I sit useless. I lift her. Firemen carry. Her weight's different now. Lighter. Wrong. Like she's already started leaving. Her head lolls against my back. Dead weight. The lobby's still clear. I move through it, out the shattered glass doors into morning light. The street's worse than last night. More Ryzen. They're scattered, wandering. Some clustered around points of interest. A crashed car, a body, a building with fresh bloodstains on the doorframe. I move east toward where I think Sanctuary 7 might be, based on nothing. Just instinct and desperation. 2 blocks. 3. The Ryzen don't notice. My emotional state's flat, controlled. The connection between Akane and me is the only thing keeping me camouflaged. Shared grief, shared despair. Too complex for the whispers to parse. A sound stops me. Mechanical. Rhythmic. Coming from the north. Vehicle. Moving fast. I duck into an alley, set Akane down, gentle, check the corner. The vehicle comes into view. Armored van, black, heavy plating, sound-dampened engine. I recognize the design. Purist. The van slows, stops at the intersection. 3 figures exit, 2 carrying rifles, 1 with a handheld scanner, sweeping the area. They're searching, coordinating despite the jammed communications, using line-of-sight protocols, old military tactics. I pull back. Press against the alley wall. Akane's beside me, unconscious, vulnerable. The scanner sweeps past our position, stops, returns. Contact. One of them says it loud, clear. Alley. Alley, east side. Footsteps. Approaching. I draw my screwdriver, position myself between them and Akane. It's useless. 3-armed Purist versus me with a modified tool. The math's bad. They appear at the alley mouth. Rifles raised, the one with the scanner gestures. Survivor. Injured. Critically. The lead Purist lowers his rifle slightly. You were at the archives. Not a question. An identification. I don't answer. You jammed our communications, he continues. Destroyed the satellite uplink. Caused the collapse that buried 30 of our people. Still don't answer. Just watch him. Watch his hands. His stance, the way his finger rests on the trigger guard. The archivist wants to see you. He's dead. No. The Purist shakes his head. He escaped. Made it to the surface before the full collapse. He's at forward station 2. Waiting. Behind me, Akane's breathing changes. Faster. Shallower. Each breath a wet rattle. She's dying. The scanner operator says it clinical. Observational. Yes. The lead Purist acknowledges. We can help. We have medical facilities, trained personnel. She might survive if we move fast. I look at him, at his rifle, at the offer. Why? Because the archivist wants you alive, both of you. He has questions about what you discovered, about the emotional camouflage, about connection as immunity. A trap, obviously, but Akane's dying, and this is the only option with medical intervention. Your choice, the Purist says. Come with us voluntarily. Get her treatment, or stay here and watch her die in an alley. The same impossible choice. Different framing. I look at Akane, at her colorless face, at the blood seeping through bandages, then back at the Purist. If she dies, I kill you. He doesn't react, just nods. Understood. Let's move. They load Akane into the van, careful, professional, medic training evident in how they handle her, stabilizing her head, supporting her spine, pressure on the wound sites. I climb in after. They don't restrain me, don't even take my screwdriver, just close the doors, start driving. The interior's medical grade, equipment I recognize, IV stands, monitors, oxygen. One of them starts an IV line in Akane's arm. Saline, antibiotics, something else I don't recognize. Her pulse strengthens slightly. The monitor beeps, irregular but present. Where are we going? I ask. Forward station 2. 20 minutes if the roads are clear. I watch them work. Watch Akane's vitals stabilize. Watch the city pass through the narrow rear window. We're heading north, away from the archives, away from Sanctuary 7's last known coordinates, toward whatever the archivist has planned. The van stops. I look up. We're at a compound, high walls, reinforced gate, guard towers, professional, military-grade fortification. The doors open. They carry Akane out on a stretcher, move fast, coordinated, into a building marked with medical cross. I follow. No one stops me. Inside, it's clean, sterile, more functional than any medical facility I've seen since the outbreak. Doctors in scrubs, nurses moving with purpose, equipment that works. They take Akane into surgery. The doors close, red light above them. Active. The lead Purist gestures. This way. He leads me through corridors, past dormitories, supply rooms, a mess hall where people eat real food, not scavenged, cultivated. We stop at a door. He knocks. Come in. The archivist's voice. Unmistakable. The door opens. The archivist's inside. Seated at a desk, his wrist is bandaged, professional work, clean, functional. He looks up as I enter. Ismail. He says it like greeting an old friend. I'm glad you survived. I don't respond. Just stare at him. Your companion is in surgery. Dr. Saito is our best. She'll survive. Probably. Why? Because I need you both. He stands, walks to a window overlooking the compound. Your discovery about emotional camouflage changes everything. If connection truly provides immunity to the whispers, then my entire operational thesis needs revision. So, this is research. Yes, he says it without shame. And redemption. I was wrong about emotional attachment being a pure liability. I need to understand why, how, what the mechanism is. I look at him, at the man who tried to force an impossible choice, who left us to die in a collapsing tunnel, who's now offering salvation. What do you want from me? He turns, meets my eyes. I want you to teach me. Show me how you do it, how you achieve the emotional synchronicity that makes you invisible to the risen, how you turn connection into camouflage. And if I refuse, then your companion dies. We remove her life support. Let nature take its course. He says it matter of fact, clinical. But I don't think you'll refuse. Because refusing means validating my original thesis. That isolation is the only survival strategy. That attachment is fatal. He's right. I hate that he's right. Fine. I say it flat. I'll help. On one condition, which is, when this is done, when you understand, you let us go. The archivist considers. Long moment. Then nods. Agreed. When I understand connection, when I can replicate your emotional camouflage, you're both free. He offers his hand. I don't take it. Just turn. Walk toward the door. Where are you going? He asks. To see Akane, to make sure she's alive. He doesn't stop me. The surgical suite's locked, red light still active. I wait outside, back against the wall, screwdriver in my hand. The light changes. Green. The door opens. Dr. Saito emerges, blood on her scrubs, exhaustion in her eyes. She's stable, lungs repaired, internal bleeding stopped. She'll need weeks of recovery, maybe months. But she'll live. I don't respond. Can't. The relief hits too hard, too fast. You can see her. 5 minutes. I go inside. Akane's on a surgical bed. Tubes everywhere. Monitor beeping steady. Her chest rises. Falls. Regular. Controlled. Her eyes are closed. Peaceful. For the first time since the archives, I take her hand, cold but warming. Her fingers twitch. Barely, but movement. Hey, I say it soft. We made it. She doesn't wake. Just keeps breathing. Alive. I stay beside her, holding her hand, counting the beeps of the monitor. Outside, the archivist waits. The compound waits. The impossible bargain waits. But right now, in this moment, Akane's alive. And that's enough. Chapter 27. The Weight of the Elixir. 3 days. That's how long Akane stays unconscious. I don't leave the medical wing. The purists don't force me. Just bring food, water, clean clothes. They're polite, professional. It's unsettling. The archivist visits twice, asks questions about emotional synchronicity, about how Akane and I achieve camouflage. I give minimal answers, enough to satisfy, not enough to teach. He doesn't push, just observes, takes notes, leaves. On the third night, Akane wakes, her eyes open, slow, confused. She stares at the ceiling, at the monitor, at the tubes in her arms. Where? Purist compound. I'm beside her. I have been for hours. Forward station 2. She processes. I can see her mind working. Calculating. The archivist? Alive. He's the one who had them bring you here. Fix you. Her jaw tightens. Why? I explain. The bargain, the research, the condition for our release. She listens, doesn't interrupt. When I finish, she closes her eyes. He's using us. Yes. And you agreed. You were dying. She opens her eyes. Looks at me. You should have let me. No. Ismail, no. I say it harder. I'm not arguing about this. You're alive. That's what matters. She doesn't respond. Just stares at the ceiling. Silent. The next morning, Dr. Saito clears Akane for limited mobility. Walking, light activity, no combat, no heavy lifting. The archivist requests we join him in the observation lab. It's on the compound's east side, windowed, overlooking the training yard where Purist run drills. Inside, there's equipment, monitoring devices, biometric scanners. Thank you for coming. The archivist gestures to chairs. We don't sit, he doesn't comment, just activates a screen, video footage, us. In the archives, moving through the dormant risen swarm. This is the moment. He pauses the feed, points. Here, you're 15 feet from the nearest horizon, well within detection range, but they don't react, don't even turn toward you. Akane watches the screen, expressionless. I've analyzed your biometrics during this sequence. The archivist continues. Heart rate, respiration, cortisol levels, all suggest a state of calm, but not detachment, not the cold analytical control I theorized. He switches screens. Different data, graphs, overlapping waves. Your emotional signatures synchronize here, he points, and here. The patterns align. Create a unified frequency the whispers can't interpret. It's not isolation, it's synthesis. I look at Akane, she's staring at the graph, at the proof of what we did, what we became. I need to understand the mechanism. The archivist says, how you achieve this synchronization. Is it conscious, unconscious, learned, instinctive? Does it matter? Akane's voice is flat, tired. Yes, he looks at her. Because if it can be taught, replicated, scaled, then we can rebuild. Create communities that survive not through isolation, but through connection, through synthesis. You want to weaponize it, I say. I want to evolve. He corrects. The old model failed. Emotional culling, detachment. It only works in small numbers, but synthesis, connection as camouflage, that scales. That's sustainable. He believes it. I can hear it in his voice, see it in his eyes. He's not lying, not manipulating. He genuinely thinks this is redemption. Akane looks at me. Silent question. I nod. She turns back to the archivist. It's not a technique. It's not something you practice. Then what is it? Trust. She says it's simple, final, complete, absolute trust. That's insufficient data. It's the only data. Akane continues. You can't teach trust, can't manufacture it. It either exists or it doesn't. Then how did you develop it? We didn't, I say. It developed over time, through survival, through choosing each other repeatedly, through making the connection more important than the goal. The archivist's silent, processing. You want to replicate it? Akane stands. Slow, careful. Her ribs are still healing. You can't, because replication requires intention, control, and the moment you try to control connection, it stops being connection. It becomes strategy, and strategy fails. She walks to the door, stops, looks back. Your original thesis was correct, just inverted. Isolation is fatal, but forced connection is equally fatal. The only thing that works is authentic bond, and that can't be manufactured. She leaves. The archivist watches her go, then looks at me. Is she right? Yes. Then my research is useless. Yes. He sits, heavily, the weight of his realized failure visible in his posture. I thought I could solve it, the apocalypse, the collapse, if I just found the right formula, the right protocol. There isn't one, I say. That's the point. Long silence. Finally, he looks up. Your bargain. I said when I understand you go free. Yes, I understand now. He stands, walks to his desk, opens a drawer, pulls out a map, marks a location. Sanctuary 7, real coordinates. They have a community, 30 survivors, growing food, purifying water, defending perimeter through connection-based camouflage. They discovered it independently before you did. He hands me the map. Go. Both of you. You've given me what I needed, even if it's not what I wanted. I take the map, study it, 20 miles north through risen territory, difficult but possible. Why? I ask. Because you proved me wrong, and I'm scientist enough to accept that, even when it invalidates my life's work. He offers his hand again. This time I take it. Chapter 28, The Empty Core. We leave at dawn. The Purist give us supplies, food, water, medical kit. New weapons. Akane gets a proper katana. I keep my screwdriver. They don't ask us to stay. Don't try to extract more information. Just open the gates. Wish us luck. The city's different in morning light. Less hostile, more melancholy, like it's grieving what it used to be. We move north, following the map. Akane's slow, each step measured. Her ribs are healing but not healed. I offered to wait, stay at the compound longer. She refused. I want out, now. So we go. 3 hours in, we hit the first major risen cluster. 40, maybe 50. Concentrated around a collapsed overpass. We can't go around. The route forward requires passing through. Akane looks at me. Silent question. I nod. We stop. Breathe. Find center. The way we did in the archives. The way we've done a dozen times since. It takes longer now. The synchronization, like we're out of practice. But eventually it settles. That familiar feeling of connection. Of shared frequency. We move forward. Together. Through the cluster. The risen don't react. Don't turn. Don't track our movement. We're invisible. Ghosts moving through their world. 15 minutes. We're clear. On the other side. Still alive. Akane stops, leans against a wall, breathing hard. You okay? Fine. She's not. I can see it. The exertion's draining her. She's not ready for this. Not fully recovered. But she keeps moving anyway. We make 10 miles before nightfall. Find shelter in a residential tower. 5th floor. Defensible. Akane collapses immediately. On the floor. Doesn't even try for furniture. I check her bandages, blood seeping through. Not much, but present. She's reopened something. We're stopping here, I say. We need to keep moving. We're stopping. She doesn't argue, just closes her eyes, exhausted. I set watch. First shift. Akane sleeps. Deep. Dreamless. Outside, the city's quiet. Waiting. The Risen are distant, their movements random, undirected. Around midnight, Akane wakes. Takes second watch without asking. I try to argue. She cuts me off. I'm fine. Sleep. I do. Not because I believe her, because arguing wastes energy we need for tomorrow. Day 2. Another 10 miles, slower. Akane's limping now, favoring her left side. She doesn't complain, just keeps moving. We hit another risen cluster, smaller, 30. We synchronize, pass through. It's smoother this time, faster, like muscle memory returning. On the other side, Akane smiles. First time since the archives. What, I ask. We're good at this. Yeah. Weird thing to be good at. Yeah. We keep moving. Day 3. The sanctuary coordinates are close. 5 miles, maybe less. We can see it in the distance. Tall walls, guard towers, smoke from cooking fires. Real civilization. Real hope. Akane stops. What's wrong? She doesn't answer immediately. Just stares at the distant walls. What if they don't want us? They will. How do you know? I don't. But I say it anyway, because we made it this far. That means something. She looks at me, uncertain, vulnerable in a way I haven't seen before. Hey, I take her hand. We're going to be okay. She squeezes, gentle. Promise? Promise. We walk toward the walls, together. The Risen part around us, instinctive. Our connection creating a bubble of safety they can't penetrate. The gates open as we approach. Guards on the walls, rifles raised, then lowered. Someone shouts. Recognition maybe, or just relief at seeing survivors. We're ushered inside. Questions immediately. Where from? How many are we infected? Are we armed? I answer. Mechanical. Akane stays silent, letting me handle it. They clear us, assign us quarters. Small room, 2 beds, real beds, with sheets. Akane sits, careful. Her hand goes to her ribs. Protective. You need the doctor, I say. Later. Now, she looks up. I'm fine. You're not. We stare at each other, locked. Stubborn. Finally, she sighs. Fine, but you're coming with me. We find the medical facility. Small but functional. Doctor checks Akane, confirms what I already knew. Torn stitches, minor infection. Nothing critical but needs treatment. They keep her overnight. Observation. I stay. Despite protests, despite being offered my own room, I stay. Morning, Akane's cleared, released. We're given a tour, the compound, gardens, water purification. Defense protocols, it's real, sustainable, people living, not just surviving. We're assigned jobs, Akane to defense training, me to supply logistics, integration into the community. It's strange, after months of isolation of just 2, to suddenly be surrounded. That night, we shared dinner in the mess hall. Real food, vegetables, protein, people talking, laughing. Akane's quiet, observing. I can see her taking it in, processing. What do you think? I ask. She doesn't answer immediately, just watches the people, the normalcy. I think we made it, she finally says. I think we actually made it. I look at her, at the woman who forced me to trust, to connect, to choose vulnerability over safety. Yeah, I say. We did. She smiles, real, genuine, and for the first time since the outbreak, I believe it might actually be okay. We might actually survive this, not just physically, but as humans, as people, as something more than ghosts moving through ruins. We might actually live. Chapter 29, The Serenity of the Surface. 2 weeks. That's how long it takes to stop flinching at normal sounds. Doors closing, people laughing, children, actual children playing in the courtyard. Akane adjusts faster. She takes to defense training, teaches kendo stances, shares tactics. The community listens, respects her. I work logistics, inventory, supply routes. It's boring, methodical, exactly what I need. We don't talk about the archives, about the archivist, about the choice we almost had to make. We just exist together in this new, strange normalcy. But at night, I hear her in the other bed, breathing wrong, too fast, like she's running from something in her sleep. I don't ask, she doesn't volunteer. Week 3, the community holds a meeting, planning session. Expansion, they want to scout neighboring buildings, expand the safe zone. Akane volunteers, I do too. We're paired together. Natural partnership. The scout mission is simple. 2 blocks east, check structural integrity, map risen patterns, return by sunset. We leave at dawn, moving quiet, controlled. The streets are familiar now, not comfortable but known. The buildings are stable, mostly. We map 6, mark 3 as viable expansion targets, document risen densities, standard mission, routine. On the way back we find it, a liquor store, intact, unlooted. The windows are somehow unbroken, like it's been waiting. Akane stops, stares. What are the odds? She says. I don't answer, just approach. Check the door, locked but not secure. One good kick, it takes 2. Inside, the store's pristine, dust-covered but untouched, shelves full, bottles intact. And there, on the top shelf behind the counter, is another bottle of 100-year-old scotch. Different label, same vintage. Like the universe is making a point. Akane laughs. First time I've heard it since before the collapse. Real laughter. Not bitter, not ironic, just genuine amusement. We're taking it, I say. Obviously. We secure the bottle, continue back to Sanctuary. The mission's complete. Successful. Routine. That night, we sit on the wall, north side, overlooking the city, the bottle between us. I open it. The smell hits, complex, layered ash and scotch and something else, something like hope. I pour 2 measures. We drink. It tastes different from the first bottle, less desperate, less like stolen time, more like earned peace. Do you remember what you said? Akane asks, in the office, when I was dying. I said a lot of things. You said we made it. She looks at me, but you didn't believe it. I could tell. I don't deny it. No, I didn't. But you do now. Do I? I look at the city, at the distant fires, at the resin moving through streets below, at the walls keeping them out, at the people behind us living, surviving, thriving. Yeah, I say, I do now. We drink slow, savoring. The scotch warms, spreads, reminds us we're alive. I was wrong about you, Akane says, quiet. At the beginning, I thought you were just cold, detached, another survivor too scared to feel. I was. No, she shakes her head. You were protecting yourself. There's a difference. I don't respond. Just drink. Thank you, she continues, for not leaving me in the shaft, in the collapses, when you could have. I couldn't. You could have. She looks at me. But you didn't. That's what matters. The bottle's half empty now. We're not drunk, just warm, comfortable, present. What happens now, I ask. We live. Akane says it's simple. We help this place grow, we teach what we learned, we survive, together. That's it. That's everything. She's right. It is. The scotch is gone by midnight. We stay on the wall anyway, watching the city, the ruins, the ghosts of what was, but also watching the compound. the people, the gardens, the children, the ghosts of what might be. Hey, Akane says, soft. Yeah? I'm glad it was you. She doesn't look at me, just at the horizon, in the archives, in the collapse, all of it. I'm glad it was you. Me too. We sit, silent, together. The weight of everything that happened, everything we survived, everything we chose, connection over isolation, trust over safety, each other over the goal. And we're still here, still alive, still choosing. The sun rises, new day, new beginning. We climb down from the wall, return to our room, sleep. Real sleep. Safe sleep. For the first time since the outbreak, I don't dream of the dead. I dream of tomorrow. Chapter 30. The Mythic Broadcast. 6 months. The compound's doubled. 3 adjacent buildings, gardens on every roof, 50 survivors, growing. Akane runs defense, I run logistics, we're good at it, the community trusts us. We don't talk about leaving, don't talk about moving on. This is home now as much as anywhere can be, but something's wrong. I can feel it. In the way Akane goes quiet during meals, in the way she stares at the walls, at the city beyond, is like she's waiting for something. I find her on the east wall. Midnight. She does this sometimes, watches the ruins alone. Can't sleep, I ask. No. I join her. We stand, silent. The city spreads out before us, dark, broken, slowly being reclaimed. I found something, Akane says, doesn't look at me. Last week, during the Northern Scout. What? She pulls a device from her jacket. Small, handheld, radio, old military model, not Purist, something else. Still functional? I ask. Yes. Shortwave, long range. I tested it. There are others out there. Communities, settlements, dozens of them. I take the radio, check it. She's right. The frequency log shows contacts, locations, Beijing, Seoul, Manila, Sydney. Proof the world's still turning, still fighting, still surviving. Why didn't you tell anyone? I ask, because I wanted to ask you first. She finally looks at me. What we learned in the archives about connection as camouflage, about emotional synchronicity. It's not just theory, it's not just us. It's replicable, and these other communities, they need to know, they need to understand. I see where this is going. You want a broadcast? Yes. It'll draw the risen. I know. It'll compromise this location. I know. So why? She takes the radio back, holds it. Careful, like it's fragile. Because staying silent is isolation, and we already proved that doesn't work. Connection is what saves us, not just between two people, between communities, between everyone left. She's right. I know she's right. But broadcasting means risk, means opening ourselves to threats we can't anticipate. What if the Purist intercept, I ask? What if hostile groups locate us? Then we defend, together, the same way we survived everything else. I look at the radio at the choice it represents, safety through silence, or connection through vulnerability. The same impossible choice, different context. When? I ask. Now. Tonight, before I lose my nerve. We return to our room, set up the radio. Akane writes the message, simple, clear. This is Sanctuary 7, Tokyo. To any survivors listening, we have discovered a method of safe movement through risen territory. It requires emotional synchronicity, complete trust between partners. Connection creates camouflage. Isolation is fatal. If you're listening, if you're surviving, know this. You are not alone. We are rebuilding. Together. Contact us on this frequency. Let's survive as humans, not ghosts. Sanctuary 7 out. She looks at me. Ready? Am I? Broadcasting means abandoning the last safety of silence, means choosing hope over security. But that's what we've been doing all along. Yes, I say. Do it. Akane activates the transmission. The message broadcasts, repeating, looping, reaching out into the dead air. We wait. 5 minutes. 10. Then the radio crackles. Sanctuary 7, this is Beijing Outpost 3. We copy your message. We want to share information. Coordinate, build network. Please respond. Akane's hand shakes as she picks up the transmitter. Beijing 3, this is Sanctuary 7. We're here. We're listening. Let's talk. More responses. Seoul, Manila, Sydney. Smaller settlements, individual survivors, all responding, all reaching out. The compound wakes. People come to our room. Listen to the transmissions, to the voices proving we're not alone, not the last, not the end. The community leader, an older woman named Hiroshi, listens, then looks at us. This changes everything. I know, Akane says. It's also incredibly dangerous. I know. Hiroshi considers. Long moment, then nods. We'll increase security, double watches, prepare for increased risen activity, but we don't stop broadcasting. Connection is more valuable than safety. She leaves, takes half the community with her to implement new protocols to prepare. Akane and I stay, monitoring responses, coordinating, building the network. By dawn, we have 17 confirmed communities, 43 individual survivors, all sharing information, all coordinating, all connected. The compound's different now, purposeful, like everyone suddenly remembers what they're fighting for. Not just survival, but humanity, connection, future. A week later, the first refugees arrive. 3 people from a failed settlement 30 miles south. They heard our broadcast, followed our frequency. They're integrated, given shelter, jobs, purpose. More follow. Slowly, carefully, but coming. The compound grows, not just in numbers, in hope. Akane and I continue our work. Defense, logistics, broadcasting. We're part of something larger now, something that extends beyond these walls, beyond this city, something like civilization. One night, we're back on the east wall, same spot, watching the ruins. But it's different now, less melancholy, more anticipation. Do you regret it? I ask. Broadcasting, opening us up. Akane's quiet, thinking. No, because staying silent meant staying small, staying isolated, and isolation is what killed the old world. Connection is what builds the new one. She's right, has been from the beginning. I'm glad you forced me, I say, to trust, to connect, to choose vulnerability. She looks at me, smiles. I didn't force anything. You chose, every time. Maybe. Or maybe she just made the choice obvious. The city's different now, still dangerous, still broken, but reclaiming, people moving through the ruins, not fleeing, rebuilding. The risen are still there, still a threat, but manageable, survivable, because we learned the secret. Connection over isolation, trust over fear, together over alone. The radio crackles, new transmission, another community reaching out, asking to coordinate. Akane responds, professional, warm, building the network one contact at a time. I watch her, this woman who refused to let me stay isolated, who forced me to be human, to be vulnerable, to be alive. Thank you, I say. Quiet. She stops transmitting, looks at me. For what? For not giving up. On me, on us, on everything. She takes my hand, squeezes. Never. We return to the broadcast, to the work, to the building, to the future. Together, the way we always should have been. The way humanity always should have been. Connected, vulnerable, alive, ghosts no more.